Please check for me. I'm unable to see the people attending. Please can't see me there. Rachel can't see me. How about Athaide? Catherine Athaide. Organa is here, so you can proceed.
Mine is live, not Zoom, but thank you. No, I'm not on it.
Is what?
She's my supervisor. No, he said he thought I was somebody else.
So you are ready?
Yes. You are? My name is Patricia.
Are the slides on?
Yes.
You can proceed 10 minutes of presentation and 5 minutes for the discussion.
Mine was supposed to be at 12. Okay, the one just before. Your guidance, please. Would you see me this side better or the other side?
You can stand.
Tell us about yourself as the rest, how far you've gone and your background.
Okay. Good morning, members, all protocol observed. My name is Patricia Wagana. I'm a lecturer for graduate and undergraduate students in the Faculty of Medicine. I offer pharmacognosy for master students. I offer pre-formulation, genetic engineering, and biotechnology for students of pharmaceutical sciences and pharmacy. My research work, I was accepted in 2017 and I received my admission in 2018. First slide, please. What I'm presenting today. Okay. Please go to the next one. Thank you. What I'm presenting today is part of my research work towards the support of Artemisia cultivation in Uganda, in Western Uganda, Kabale, Kasese, and Fort Portal. This work came about because we were approached by partner farmers, partner agencies who are students here. They graduated, and then when they reached home, they found that there is some knowledge that we can add as a university to them. So I developed an interest in this based on my background of biotechnology. So what is it that we started with? I started with the idea that if the challenge is centered around producing quality raw materials for artemisinin, then I'm going to use our facilities to try and develop quality seedling. For the purposes of this research, the word seed is to represent the actual seed that we all know and also what we call as a seedling. So in the vernacular, when you say a vivo, where the farmers are from, seed is used to refer to the seed itself, as well as what would be called a seedling. So the idea was that if we have a lackage or a shortage of the artemisinin, who are the stakeholders and what can we do as a university? Then from there, what can I do as a research? At my level of PhD, what expertise can I give and also what can I learn? So that is how it started. My registration number 2017, PhD 096 PS. Thank you. Next slide, please. Background and introduction. Artemisinin is the active ingredient found from Artemisia annua with the chemical formula C15H22O5. Among the farmers who are growing Artemisia in this country of ours, in this our Uganda, Kasese, Kabale, and Fort Poto have been identified by the government and by related agencies, interested parties from outside Uganda, to be the best place for this crop to be grown. Over time, from the time of 2017, even up to today, 2021, some of these drugs, some of these actives, and some of the medicines that have come from this plant called Artemisia annua have been repurposed for the purpose of meeting the demand to manage COVID-19. So other experts in areas of pharmacology, pharmaceutics, epidemiology, they have different angles at which they have tried to approach the problem of COVID-19. On my part, with my background and with the resources that I have, I am only going to be able to approach it from the side of a biotechnologist. So the work that I'm presenting today comes about because of the increased demand of artemisinin, which we are getting from Artemisia annua, which is being grown by farmers who are in Kasese, Kabale, and Fort. Not that Bushenyi, not that other parts of the country, they cannot grow it. But these were the areas that were identified and set aside. Secondly, those were the people who approached us or approached me as a lecturer in this area to try and do that work. And I also saw the opportunity to use it as part of my research work towards my qualification of getting PhD. Thank you. Next slide. Justification and significance. This work is justified by the fact that the farmers themselves have approached us as an institute, and they have come with projects where they have challenges and they want us to assist them to resolve these challenges. What is the significance? Without the proper input, then the yields that they are making are going to be low. When they get low yields, there's also a health, a social, and a financial impact. Thank you. Next slide. What are the research questions from this particular part of my research I'm interested in? What are the farmer challenges? What challenges farmers face? What are they facing with Artemisia annua? Who are the stakeholders in the management of this plant crop? What are the measures of quality for this crop? How can these measures of quality be met by farmers of Artemisia annua? Thank you. Next slide. From those research questions, what are the objectives? To find the challenges of these farmers, to engage the stakeholders in the cultivation, identify required measures of quality for this raw material, sensitize the farmers accordingly. Thank you. Next slide. Who are the stakeholders? We have the farmers themselves. We have the manufacturers of the drugs, the ones that actually use the raw materials that come from the farm. Then we have the consumers, among whom are ourselves, who have been suffering from COVID, who have been suffering from malaria, who are people who are interested in making money medicines. Others are even here at the research facilities. Thank you. Next slide. What are measures of quality? The quality that we are interested in here for these farmers: cultivating practices, harvesting practices, the processing units, where at the farm they are harvesting. After they harvest, they dry. After they dry, they package, they send to the consumer, or they send to the manufacturer. How they distribute, as well as record and data keeping. Thank you. Next slide. What support can we provide? We can provide the support of scientific measurement, lab facilities for the seed quality, the testing of the contamination, for example, molds, insect, debris, and toxins, testing for adulteration, access to data affecting the environment, packaging, when they are transferring from the farm to where they are going to be giving out the raw material. Next slide, please. What is the role as an institute of higher learning we can do for them? We can provide collaborations. We as students can carry out projects that are directly related to the farms, the farmers, and the challenges that they have. We as lecturers can encourage our students to carry out projects either at undergraduate or at master's or at PhD, so that we come up with answers that are directly impacting on the community concerned. We can facilitate so that they're able to reach networks where they can also market and gain knowledge more about marketing their crop. And we can help them to develop SOPs. My work was mainly to develop a protocol where I was going to develop the seed, develop seedlings through tissue culture, make the knowledge, the protocol, the science available to the farmer. That is what my work was. That's what I started with, and this is where I've reached. Thank you. Next slide. What has been done? So far, there has been benchmarking. We have developed MOUs. We have selected aspects of the process that are going to be researched on, and other things are still ongoing. So where we are now, I'm a beneficiary of Farm BioTrack. When I started my work, I was having a lot of challenges in terms of getting protocols that are going to be approved, getting them ethically approved, accessing the labs that we are partnering with to help me in my tissue culture. And then after that, disseminating the information that I have got. By disseminating, I mean in terms of review and publications. So now, where have I reached? The Institute, Mbarara University, through partnership with Farm BioTrack and other people who have signed MOU with us, we have developed a biotechnology lab, which we have at the university. This biotechnology lab is in addition to the factory producing unit developed here in Chibumoro. If you get a chance, down behind here, you'll find the lab there, the instruments are there. That's where I work with my students. That's where I work with the farmers where they come, when they are trying to understand about adulteration, about seeds, what to do and what not to do. Not only that, they also add us some information and science. But the information is broad. For me, I'm only interested in a certain aspect that has to do with the vegetative reproduction of the high quality seedlings. We have already seen high quality. I have already indicated that by high quality, I mean seedlings that have not been adulterated, seedlings that don't have mold in them, seedlings that don't have debris in them. But this work is still ongoing. What has funding? What are the challenges I have had with funding? Funding is only released when a certain goal is achieved. So until these protocols are going to be all approved, especially the ones of the developing the tissue culture, and then having a lab in which to do it, some of these protocols will not be approved. But I can inform you with gratitude that our lab is up and running. I have master students who are even there today. They are practicing how to make the tissue culturing using the knowledge that I received when Farm BioTrack sent me out on a training and an attachment. When I was sent out on a training and attachment, that was what I presented in the last PhD symposium. So now what I learned is what I'm teaching them. And what I'm teaching them, we are setting up our lab. We have our bioreactor there. Our bioreactor was initially brought by African Development Bank. It had taken time not being used, but now it is being prepared for use of graduate and undergraduate students. The information that I get, what do I do with it? Apart from me, we have the mentorship system. I have my supervisors, Professor Olet. I have the doctoral committee, which is made of Professor Wazira Jewel, Professor Chiwanuka, Dr. Tusubira. So that is my doctoral committee. They have been supporting me at various stages of my research. I have people that I am grateful for, my students who are open to the idea of thinking outside the box that they are usually in and crossing over into my side of biotechnology. So I want to thank you very much for your time. I want to thank you for all your support in your different capacities. And I pray that this is where I stop my presentation from. Thank you. Oh, yes. So every time we come from the farm with our farmers, we get a chapter for our book. So far, I have 3 chapters in the book I am developing from my work. So you are welcome after you have maybe sanitized or to peruse. This is a report from our farmers, which we gathered when I went with my team, February and March. We went to Bushenyi. From Bushenyi, we met farmers from Kasese, Kabale, and Fort Poto. They came and shared with us. After that, some of the things that they needed, we had to follow through the process chain and follow where they sent the Artemisia annua. We took some of them to Kampala, to the manufacturing industries. We took them to Jinja to compare with other healers and people they're working from. This is a chapter for this session this month. Last year, the chapter that was there came from the side of Hoima. The year before that, the chapter that came from the side of Bushenyi, Rukarare. And the year before that, the chapter that came from Fort Poto. So each time I go out with my team for my own learning and for the people that I'm training, my master's class and my undergraduate class, we come with a chapter. So I have my chapter here with you. I think I left you with a copy. If there's anybody else who so wishes to go through, but these ones, they cover the challenges. So as we go through, the need for help, the need for assistance, the need keeps on reducing, the feedback comes, and then as a team, we try and put the necessary resources in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patricia. It's quite a lot of work. You have to thank you for that. You mentioned that each time you go out to the field, you come out with a chapter.
Yes.
That's like, do you identify a gap and work on it, or you publish something you have investigated on? Because your approach is quite different. We wonder how many chapters are left for you, for example. We need a timeline for your PhD journey.
Thank you, sir.
How many chapters?
So far, I have 3 chapters.
Yes. And how many are left?
2 chapters.
Those chapters, you come to the book exhortation.
No, these chapters are for the department, for students who wish to pursue in
No, about your
biotechnology.
PhD.
For me, in mind, they are just three. The fact that I'm left with is how to get the seedlings and put them in the bioreactor. Then from the bioreactor is like a fermenter, where I'm just going to churn out seedlings on a massive scale that I hope to share with the farmers. So the part that I'm left with is to see these seedlings that come out of the bioreactor, are they going to be able to perform in the field? That is the two chapters that I'm left with. To put them in the bioreactor, I need to optimize. What I wanted was to get the highest quality seedlings that can perform in Kasese, that can perform in Photo, and that can perform in Kabbalah.
You have got those ones?
Yes.
From tissue culture?
No. Tissue culture is what I'm doing now. I've got the seedlings themselves. Yes, I see they can
So now you
grow,
want to expand,
but those protocols are not approved, so I can't talk on
to
that.
expand the quantity.
Yes.
Yeah, because we need a message. First of all, a summary of what you are doing in the layman's kind of message, and you know what you want to produce.
Yes.
To have a limit, an end.
My end goal is to get a seedling out of the bioreactor, put it in the that is a set of challenges that different stakeholders can pick from and expand on. I have a section of mine which is only and only about producing a good quality seed. But when you meet the farmers, they have various amounts. So the most recent ones that we met as of February and March, they were saying that they are developing drugs that are from Artemisia, but they're using to treat COVID. So for me, what I take away is not that. What I take away is that, in fact, the demand for better seedlings has now even increased.
Yes.
Yes, so that is, sorry to put it like business, but that is what I do.
No,
I have to work faster so that.
You see, Madam Patricia, this is a PhD symposium where we are concerned about your PhD studies,
Yes.
mainly the research. So the specific aim of your PhD program, the method of how you're going to address that aim or the gap, are going to publish and write your thesis. And this work can be done after your PhD as you continue teaching and the research and all that. So separate the other aspects of your work or teaching from the PhD, actual PhD.
Thank you. So mine is now, the step one I'm on is to put the seedling in the bioreactor.
Yes. Your comments from the panelists. Jones?
In the beginning of the presentation, you said there are areas that have been mapped out where artemisinin can grow.
Yes, sir.
And you are doing tissue culture to make seedlings.
Yes.
Will your seedlings coming out of tissue culture be able to grow in those other areas that apparently artemisinin doesn't grow now? Because I see like it's going to be the next big thing, and I don't want to buy land in Kasese.
I understand. I understand.
Okay.
So, we have got artemisinin from China, from Asia, and it was growing in its natural environment. We needed to make an attempt to reduce the cost of importing from there to here, so we grow our own. When the investors looked all the geographical areas where they can best do this work, they found Kasese. But my work is to make sure that these seedlings I get, they are best for Kasese. Then when doctor, you come and say, now I have got my land in Soroti, when we start this work, you start it on the bench, then you move into a garden, and it is inside a greenhouse. So that is how I also start with you. Maybe not me, but that is how you will start. It is not complicated science or anything like that. It's just to put a small area, cover it with a big chivera, a big plastic, so that the elements in your area, wind, low humidity, what, do not kill off your seedlings. Then from there, we will expand. If it happens that my seedlings that I have developed for Kasese cannot grow in your area, there are other agronomic measures that can be done to help them grow in those places, because you cannot have a hectare of a greenhouse. It is actually defeating the purpose of having homegrown medicine. The reason we're in this position is because, unfortunately, in Uganda, we don't make our own medicine. Everything that we use, the active, the starch, comes from outside. But the starch can be from banana starch, it can be potato starch, it can be maize starch. The reason why I have to have a handle on my students is sometimes when it comes to money and they find out that maize starch is the one which can make the best drugs, they go out in community and then farmers will be making maize to sell to drug manufacturers than feeding their families. So talking to people who are already far in their business, come back to here to future researchers, future trainers, and others like us, so that we can have a plan in place that we don't mislead the community.
Any other comments? Yes, Simon.
Yes, thank you, Patricia.
Yes, sir.
For the presentation. Just want to continue further understand. You said it is growing assessing, covering in 40.
Yes, sir.
And I was wondering why you all those districts. Do they share the same conducive environments like where it was growing with China and Asia? Because as you are presenting, maybe you need to emphasize and tell us, yes, we are growing assessing covering because of this and this, such that you won't get any questions like from Dr. John who wants to do it in Soroti. Then when we go to at PhD level, when we are choosing samples, we must have a scientific way of choosing a sample. Someone will ask you, why is it that of all these districts around Western Uganda, because they almost have the same environment. So someone near would ask why consist why important. So you think about it that you do such questions scientifically. Then I love when you talked of you want to improve on the seeds. Okay. Then I was wondering which reagents, which I don't know how you call it, I'm not from your area, but I was starting to imagine which things are you going to put in place such that the seeds you want to improve will come out like the way you want to do. So I really wanted that to tell us more about what? About such a thing. Then okay, I think those are the two questions.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. So, okay, I'll answer them as they come to me. But the reason why that area was selected is the micro geoclimate there. There is altitude, height above sea level. There is the quality of the soil. There is the availability of the land, the interest of the people who are there. Then, when you look at these particular plants, there is a cycle that they follow. 12-hour night, 12-hour day. In some regions, it is 10-hour light, and then it changes. So you find, for example, not to discourage you, sir, from planting in your place anyhow, but these other regions of our place here, they don't mimic all throughout the year the changes in climate and environment that are taking place in Shanghai, in Asia, in China. So without putting much cost and investment in building a microenvironment, the areas that are in that natural light cycle, 10 hours day, 12 hours light, this part of the year is having rainfall, starting to plant is in April and harvest is in August. They looked in all of Uganda. And then they found those were the areas where it could be done naturally. It can be done in other areas, but you invest more to mimic. Why do we mimic? So that we get the maximum amount of artemisinin. Artemisinin is for malaria. Uganda is among those countries that have that history of malaria. Artemisinin has been documented to be treating against cancer. Uganda, we have TB, we have HIV. There are others we have, but then cancer has also come among those. And the drug manufacturers are telling us that artemisinin is one of the actives they are looking at. Secondly, when COVID came in, there were drugs that were being repurposed. I believe in my head that there is nothing new under the sun. We are just finding new ways of using them. When these drugs were being developed, they would be taken, stripped, and purified until you have something perfect. But now the direction of medicine, it's not really my good forte, but the direction of medicine is that some of these drugs actually, when they are taken in their natural state, some of those things that they strip to make it pure are actually beneficial. That is why you have centers when they start, like for example, in Harare, it's documented here. When they started, they had a lot of people. But now COVID is finishing us off, or so they say it's finishing us off, but the clients are not packing in the compound. Why? Because they started the knowledge the first time, now they have decided to grow from home. And for them, they don't take the pure one, the white powder. They take the plant as it is, boil it, drink it. Yes, sir. Then they make soap and products out of it. Those soaps and other products are in the forte of Farm Biotrack, Innovations and Hub. It has an arm where we get products, and people who have those products are helped to develop them further. I beg I stop from here.
There's a question from Julius.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair and Patricia, for your presentation. One thing from the beginning is as if you are not sticking to your science. What you're interested in, you are doing your PhD, and you want the science from your PhD. The other activities of helping farmers produce and so on, those ones can come in later, as the chair said. And your target, because I wanted to see exactly what is your objective number 1, what is objective number 2, what is number 3 or number 4, and where have you achieved, what have you achieved so far? Because you have brought in the issue of mixing.
Yes, I am only achieved in getting the seedlings.
The quality seedlings.
Yes.
Then
That is what I've achieved. Number 2, I'm going to use our bioreactor to optimize so that we can multiply the seedling using tissue culture technology.
produce more.
Yes.
And the quality one.
That is the optimization bit.
Which is remaining.
No, it is that one plus putting that seed in the ground and seeing that it grows.
And we evaluate the
Yes.
viability, the productivity of it.
I just
And
need
maybe
to
the
get
quality.
this. We have the reactor, the biotech lab is already up. Maybe there are a few things that are there. Bench fees, what those other things, but the lab is already here. So as my work is progressing, our lab is also progressing. Our bioreactor is already there. The reagents that we need to use are straight from Kawanda on what to do, how to get the colors and how to put the colors in shake flasks, then from shake flasks, inoculate into a growth media. That one I already know how to do. So that is what I am going to do now. Then after I get the ones that have grown, to put them in the ground and see that they grow.
So those
are the two things that
plots, because you have to do it
Yes.
scientifically.
yes.
The farmers can plant them later. You first do your
Yes.
experiments and you recommend that this is the best way to do, then you can supply the seeds. So
Yes,
that
sir.
you get your PhD, then the other things can.
Professor, you see, Patricia, This is your career. It's different from the PhD. Your students will have some work to do. You have some to do as a postdoc, but there's something called the work plan, the timeline where you are. Are you following it? You can't do it for 5 years, for 7 years. There is what is known as a flow, a standard flow diagram. See how the work is flowing on your aspect. Otherwise, if you put so much, it's going to blame. I have a comment from Professor Kabashiri.
Thank you. Mine is, it is related. In terms, of course, we want to come out with publications. We are sharing the scientific work we are doing with others, because already now, from 2017, we are counting 4 years.
This is my last year. I have the reactor, then from that, I am planting.
So when
the
you
last
have
year.
intent to share your findings with others, or with us in.
That is this year's work. I'm not going beyond, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, do you have any publications?
No, I don't have publications on this. All these are not published. They are just workbooks that we use, that I use at school. I haven't published them.
When you are published,
Yes, I want to
Because now
publish
the
them.
biggest challenge there, if you say this is your last year, I'm sure you complete. And then you have to have the minimum of 2 publications. And
you need to hear from the director of the DRG.
Thank you.
Professor, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Patricia, for this wonderful work.
Thank you, Prof.
Let's start from where you stop. Last year, we doing the research or doing the PhD study. Because if you have finished 3 years, you need to request the extension of your candidate so that we write good books. And with the time, you might be asked to pay for the extra time you are calling yourself a student. That is closed. Now, coming to your work, there are basics that I have not seen, like stating object. Can you flash the specific objectives? Really, at the PhD level, I would not expect you to state non-smart objectives. These are things we have been teaching even undergraduates, the masters, and other PhD. Really, the objectives must be smart. I think this cuts across disciplines, not only medical discipline, but there must be smart. There are certain verbs we use to state smart objectives. I think you need to correct that. Now, 2, the insects. You said you're a biotechnologist.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do insects have any benefit when they associate themselves with the Artemisia annua?
Yes.
So do you don't spray the insect to kill them?
No, we don't spray to kill.
You don't kill them.
We don't spray, no, we don't kill them.
So what do you do with them?
The insects, they are involved in pollination of the plants.
Yes.
So without them, there is no pollination. During harvesting, the insects come with the dried products.
Yes.
Yes. So I am looking into a situation where we try to harvest when there is less insect infestation, because they contaminate the final product that is needed.
So they are not used
That
at
one falls
the
in.
seed level.
No, the seeds come after pollination. Yes.
What about the molds?
The molds come on the step of harvesting and drying.
Are they beneficial?
No.
So that one you destroy.
When we are doing quality of the different batches that come, a batch that fails to meet, maybe it has high mold, maybe it has high moisture, that one is failed. And
I believe molds are fungi.
yes, sir.
Do fungi have any benefits?
Fungi, they have benefits.
So what do you do with the molds then?
We don't need them in the purified drug. So that batch fails and is sent back. But fungi, they are a type of organism that can help in making available complex nutrients to the plants that are growing. So these fungi, they can break up some of the material that the plant needs to grow in the soil. But for me, who has malaria or what I'm being treated for, that fungus is not something that I need on me. It is good to help the plant grow, yes, but it is not something that I need on me.
For now.
Yes, then another challenge that has come, some of these fungi, they are making aflatoxins on the crops that we are harvesting. So we don't need them. That's why when that batch comes, and we can't eradicate completely, but we can encourage good harvest and drying practices when we are receiving, so that we don't have more than we need. We don't eradicate, but we take those that are below a certain value.
Okay. So you said your proposal was approved through the various levels to the ethics
No,
committee?
not all the various levels. Some of those protocols were not approved.
Yes.
Yes.
Then how do you use them to standardize the student?
I have not used any of them. I've just been collecting
The
information.
proposal,
Yes,
you submitted your proposal to be approved for your
yes,
PhD.
but the proposal has not been approved. So I can't
why are
go
you-
beyond
why are
to
you collecting-
bioreactor.
Why are you collecting data in the field?
No data has been collected. I just receive things that are sent to the university that we are supposed to work on. I don't collect data. There is no data here, sir. No data.
Nothing is data. But
That-
I've
which
heard
is
you,
illegal.
I've heard you say you talk to farmers and you go to the field, isn't it?
Yes.
Why do you go to go there?
These farmers are students here. I don't know if I'm making
Yes, they are
myself-
participants. Okay.
Yes.
You talk to study participants.
Yes, so they come and they submit. Please, when you're doing research, this is what I want. I am not in position to give them any data of my findings or what. I am just supposed to be planning my work until it is approved.
So what is your proposal?
Patricia,
Why is my proposal
let's
taking
get it
long?
clear. You are listed as PhD student,
Yes,
yes, and you said the proposal
yes, I've
You have a
submitted a
supervisor?
proposal. I
You
have
have
a
a supervisor?
supervisor, I have a doctor.
has been submitted to a department
Yes,
and to the faculty.
no.
Why not?
There are protocols that the supervisors still want me to work on.
So are you
You
presenting
have
a
got
concept?
the DLRT team.
Are you presenting a
I
concept?
don't have a book in DGRT. My concept was already approved.
So what are you presenting now?
So you
This
have
is,
not
I'm
progressed.
presenting where I have reached to show you, yes, this is where I've reached, these are the challenges I have. That's what I'm presenting.
I would rather, because this is a lot of time. It's a case where you have to go to the department. The department is
Pharmacy.
Department of Pharmacy. Hand it at that level of the department, get the advice. Because as far as we are concerned, we are not able to see the specific aims. Yet what is going on? I hope you are writing reports about accountability.
I have to write.
But then it's not related to the PhD. That's the problem. So we cannot do much as a panel for PhD symposium. I wish you had written your proposal and submit to the faculty, so that at faculty of medicine level, we advise you on the way forward. Take that at best faculty departmental clearance. Because whatever you learned for PhD, my supervisor told me that you have so many ideas, but the PhD is just one in a lifetime, and in about 1 or 2 messages. The rest, others will do, or you do after PhD. So Patricia, don't be like me with I had so many things I had to do about most of the blood issues in Uganda. But you end up with 1 or 2 messages, take it easy, progress, finish.
Okay.
So from today, you have homework to zero down on, you may like so many things, post-harvest, you know, tissue culture, bilateral, but pick one and we shall meet in the faculty of medicine.
Yeah, I just want to know which year are you really entering in?
Nice is that
2017.
she's still at the level of the department. Recent.
No, 2017, this is going to be the 4th year appointment.
Yes.
So she has no proposal.
Now, in the interest of time,
I mean, she needs help. Maybe
The-
you come, we discuss, and then I go.
sure,
I will link up with the department.
sure. There is some lag, time lag.
There are procedural issues that should be streamlined. Okay? So as the director,
Because even after 1 year, she's supposed to be getting it.
Because I thought they write reports to you
Yeah.
every year or something.
Progress report.
6 months.
Some still don't submit.
And so this is the issue.
Have you ever submitted a progress report?
Yes, we submit twice a year. You
Sure.
go with your work to your supervisor, whatever comes out of that meeting, all are taken to the department and then they are forwarded in your file to PG. You yourself, you have to get the comments and then also take them to PG.
The challenge is probably that you just also deciding to line up with the students in progress. I mean, what can you do?
So thank you so much, Patricia. Let's proceed with the next candidate.
Thank you for your time.
Is Kansime Rachel online?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are welcome, Rachel. Please go ahead, present your work in 10 minutes
Yeah.
time and tell us about yourself and
Yeah.
your background and your progress so far.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rachel Kansime, and I'm a clinical psychologist doing a PhD on a topic that is psycho-oncology related. I am sponsored by the Uganda Cancer Institute, a center of excellency in oncology, to pilot the application of psychology in the treatment of patients with cancer. I have my supervisors. Professor Van Dyke is from Stellenbosch University, and Dr. Rukundo is from the Department of Psychiatry at Mbarara University. I am trying to see how I can share my slides. So as I try to see how to share, I have finished almost everything. I have collected all my data. It has been analyzed. I have written up to chapter 5. I have a draft thesis, which is which is under review. And I've also written I have written 2 manuscripts, which are still drafts. And the work that I'm presenting today is one of my objectives, where I have written a manuscript, which is submitted to a journal, but is under review. So my topic is the role of personality traits. I don't know whether I've succeeded in sharing my slides.
No, not yet.
Okay. See share. Okay. Have I succeeded? Are you able to see my slides?
Can we minimize this?
Hello? Yes.
Slide.
Hello? Are you able to see?
Yes, but slide show.
Okay.
Can you remove those?
Okay. So sorry that I am fidgeting here. I haven't been slideshow.
You press, put the cursor in the slides, then press F5.
Pardon, I put in the slides.
then press F5.
Okay.
And you shared your.
Are you able to see my slides?
Close your mail.
Let me see. Okay. Are you able to see my slides now?
You crossed them.
Now we see.
You've shared your desktop.
Oh dear.
Now you stop.
Okay.
Go to view options and stop sharing, then you share again.
Stop
After
sharing.
Uh-huh. All right.
Open the slides on your next, wherever they are.
Okay. Okay, here they are. I've opened the slides.
And now go to share screen. Click on share screen.
The green one.
The green.
Okay. Yeah, I've clicked, then there's share. Are you able to see the slides now?
No.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Are they on your desktop? I can see they are below.
Yeah, I
Just
have them.
double click on them.
Oh dear.
Double
Okay.
click. Yes, double click.
Yeah, I have. I've double
And
double
now
click.
you show full slideshow. Have you seen it? On top. Or if not, press the cursor inside the slides, then press F5.
Okay, so I right click on the slide.
No. Press the cursor, then press F5.
F5. Okay.
Correct.
Are you able to see them?
Oh, yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your patience. So,
Yes.
like I had said, I am a clinical psychologist and doing my PhD in a psycho-oncology related field. We are piloting the application of psychology in the treatment of cancer. So my topic is the role of personality traits. So it's a bigger study. So what I'm doing for today is to present the findings of one of my objectives. The general topic is the role of intrapsychic factors on the psychological well-being and coping of cancer caregivers in Uganda. So this work is just part of the bigger study. So I'm presenting on the role of personality traits on the psychological well-being and of cancer caregivers in Uganda. My supervisors are there. Professor Van Dyke is from Stellenbosch University, and Dr. Rukundo is from Bara University Department of Psychiatry. So like I had said, I have finished all collecting data, analyzing. The first stage of analysis is done. We are now doing the second stage. And so these are the findings of what came out for the first analysis. So as a way of introduction, Bivans and Steinberg and Echohim et al. 2013 say that cancer as a disease affects the patient as well as the caregiver. So cancer as a disease does not only affect the patient, but also those who are taking care of the patients get affected. And studies have shown that the caregivers are prone to numerous psychological conditions. And so this suggests that the family caregivers are actually silent patients. And the reason we are doing this study is to actually prove that they are silent patients, and then we can carry it off from there. So there has been something about the caregiving for cancer patients that seems to be hazardous for the cancer caregivers. But despite all this, most of the work that has been done has focused on the patients with less attention paid to the caregivers and the aspects of caregiving that influence the outcomes of the caregiving experiences. So now this specific objective is about examining the effect of personality on the psychological well-being of cancer caregivers in Uganda. And the sampling method that we used was non-probability. We used purposive sampling and snowballing, and we recruited informal caregivers. So in this study, we were looking at informal caregivers, meaning not people who have had any kind of training in caregiving or in any profession like medical or paramedical in any way. And we're looking at those whose patients were accessing care at the Uganda Cancer Institute here in Kampala, and also at the cancer center, the regional cancer center, which is at Mbarara University. So the participants, were purposively recruited, and this was regardless of the patient's diagnosis, stage of disease, the duration of illness, the gender, ethnicity, education status, religion, socioeconomic status, and also any position in the social structure. So the number of caregivers per patient was determined by the inclusion and exclusion criteria, and which was basically those that were accessible at the time of the study and those who gave consent. And we could recruit only up to a maximum of 5 caregivers per patient. Now, there were no when patients come to hospital, when we register the patients, they don't register caregivers. So there was no record of who the caregivers were. And that was one of the reasons that I chose that sampling method. Now, we had a sample of 400 and that was on a study being done elsewhere that had been done elsewhere, and then we did apply the Lish and Kishley formula to come up with a sample size. So the instruments that I used the NEO 5-factor inventory, which was developed by Costa and McRae in 1992, and it contains 60 items. It has 12 questions per domain, and each represents a domain, one of the 5 personality domains, which is basically neuroticism, extraversion, openness to experience, agreeableness, and conscientiousness. Now here it's just giving a little more about neuroticism as a personality trait, what characterizes neuroticism, what characterizes extraversion, etc., etc. Now the participants responded to each of the items on the 5-point scale, which is anchored with strongly agree and, from strongly disagree to strongly agree. Now, the 12 items for each domain. Now, this is how we scored the personality inventory, that the 12 items for each domain are added together to provide a total score for that personality domain. And the higher scores represent more characteristics of that domain. So for instance, after a participant had responded to the NEO FF1 regarding personality, how we could tell that this personality is neuroticism or extraversion or openness or agreeableness would be the score. So we did the total score for each individual, and where the individual scored highest, that showed that the person had more of that characteristic. So we could say that one would suffice for personality X, Y, or Z. Now, for that psychological well-being, we used the general health 28 questionnaire, which has 4 possible responses on a 4 Likert scale, with each ranging from not at all, which was scored 0, to much worse than usual, which was scored as 3. Now, the general health questionnaire has 4 subscales, and each contains 7 items, which are as follows. We have those that about somatic symptoms. We have those that are about anxiety. We have those that are about social dysfunction, and then severe depression. Now, the general health questionnaire is used among the population of those who are seemingly the normal, to be able to tell whether an individual has a psychiatric illness or not. So these are the 2 instruments that we used. And the way it is scored is that the minimum score is 0 and the maximum is 84. So the higher scores indicate higher levels of distress. For those that score 23 or below, it means that there's no psychiatric illness. Those that score 24 and above, it's an indication that there is a psychiatric illness. Now, these are the results. Now, personality being a categorical, the data that we collected using our personality test was categorical data. And the data that we collected using the general health questionnaire is also categorical. So personality being categorical data and psychological well-being being categorical data, we use the chi-square, and the results are there. Now, the results show that personality does influence the psychological well-being of a cancer caregiver, with the F statistic at 2.409 and the p-value of 0.049. Now, the p-value is less than 0.005, which implies that it is significant. So the results show that the personality type influences the psychological well-being of the caregiver. And the results further showed that the personality type that is worst, influenced is that of neuroticism, because it had a mean of 67.3 and a standard deviation of 15.07. Now, the least personality that is influenced was 0.56 and a standard deviation of 14.97, implying that the extroverts register what would call the best psychological being while giving care to patients with cancer. Now, as a way of discussion and conclusion, the study results that were obtained regarding that objective are in support of studies that were conducted by Dagan, Shamli, and colleagues in 1995. We also have Vorath and Torgensen in 2008, Richman and Fruel, 1997, and all these, who also found that an individual's personality affects whether they get psychological distress or not while giving care to a cancer patient. Now, there were also studies that were contrary, findings from a study that was conducted by James, Bohr, and Zito 2012. They found out a negative but weak relationship between personality aspects and psychological well-being. Now, caregivers of cancer patients do witness their patients go through, right from the time of diagnosis and throughout the treatment. They go through a lot with the patients as they witness just even a diagnosis of cancer sparks of a level of anxiety, a level of depression, a level of all this distress. And as they go through the whole cycle, as they monitor the patients, as they go with them for the hospital visits and all that, it impacts on their psychological well-being. Now, most of them offer different type of care. Some escort the patients to the hospitals, others look for the finances to cater for the medical treatment, which isn't that cheap. So different individuals play different roles and so experience this caregiving relationship differently. And so it affects them differently, as the other results of the study will show. So as I conclude, it is evident that the personality of the caregiver does influence their psychological well-being. And so it's a very important thing that they undergo personality testing as they begin the caregiving relationship, so that they can be helped. We can have some treatment options in place, so that we do not have now patients after patients. Thank you so much. These are my references, and thank you very much. I will stop there for now.
Rachel, thank you so much. Rachel, are you there?
Yes, I am. I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation.
Welcome. Thank you too.
Is this all or part of your PhD research?
Okay, this is part of my PhD research. So I have finished everything, and the data analysis, like I said, we've had to do a second round of analysis. So I have a draft thesis already, and then I have 2 draft manuscripts. So this, which I have presented, is one of the objectives of which I have written. I've drafted a manuscript, which I have submitted to the Journal of Cancer Therapy, and it's under review, peer review. So,
the bigger study you talked about is all yours.
Pardon?
You talked of a bigger study.
Yes, the bigger study is mine. The bigger study is mine, and it had. It has so many objectives and so many hypotheses. When I presented to the department had some concerns about the fact that I had 13 objectives and I had 28 hypotheses. But in psychology, that no, I didn't. I have analyzed everything. And we have reduced the objectives to about 10, I think 10 or 11. And the hypotheses have also been reduced because we had to rethink about the depth of the PhD.
So let us understand your findings. You talk of a personality trait of neuroticism. What's that?
So neuroticism, it's it's a personality trait where I would call it, in a layman's language, the worrying people. People who worry about almost everything. Those we call people with a personality of neuroticism. Then I also talked about extroversion. Extroverts are the easy people, the outgoing people, the happy people, the people that lighten and brighten the place where they are. So in the analysis, it came out that the people who have the neurotic personality were the ones that were most likely influenced by the caregiving relationship, as compared or as opposed to those that are high on extroversion. So what I have presented was showing that
they get worried.
They are always worrying. Any little thing will worry them, and anxious and concerned. Yes, and very fearful, and they are concerned about things that ideally would not concern anybody. So worried about tomorrow and what tomorrow will bring. So those are those who are high on neuroticism, and the reverse is true.
That was interesting. Did you use research assistants?
Yes, I did. I had research assistants both at the Uganda Cancer Institute and at Mbarara Hospital.
So they are the ones who would make a diagnosis of the personality trait.
No, no. Now, so what happened is, like I mentioned, it's a bigger study. And in that study, I was looking at, after looking at psychological well-being, personality and psychological well-being, the other intrapsychic factor is hardiness. Now, that one will come in my other presentation when I'm disseminating all the other information. So we have what we call standardized questionnaires in psychology. So when you're measuring personality, there are standardized questionnaires for personality. The same for anxiety, depression, PTSD, stress.
Yeah, but who made the decision on the personality trait?
Okay, so yeah. Okay, so like I mentioned in my presentation, how to score the personality test. So the scoring was done by us, by me, the psychologist, because when they fill in the questionnaire, there are questions that, you know, a group of questions that point to neuroticism. There are a group of questions that point to extraversion, a group of questions that point to openness, agreeableness, and all that. So when I score, I look at what somebody scored regarding the questions that point to neuroticism. Then you do a total score. Now, if somebody comes up with a 43, a 45, a 32, you know, a person can have, say, 45 on neuroticism, 23 on openness, 15 on extraversion. So they vary. So when I score, I'm able to tell that this person got a 43 on the questions that point to extraversion. So this one,
that's all right. That's fair enough.
yes.
But how is it specific for cancer? Because anyone with a chronic illness can have the same reaction. Because you did come up with the cancer diagnosis, cancer stage, as long as someone is scared for a patient with a chronic disease. How is this specific for cancer?
Okay, so now studies have been done elsewhere among caregivers of patients with other diseases. But in Uganda, we had not had a study which is assessing the role of the intrapsychic factors of the caregivers in a population of caregivers to cancer patients. So that makes it unique. And the fact that one of the inclusion criteria was that the caregiver to be included in the study had to have cared for a patient with cancer for at least a week. So they had to have cared for a patient with cancer. So I am sure, yes, I'm sure that there were caregivers to patients with cancer. Why? Because the patients were registered at the UCI and they were receiving care at the UCI, or they were registered at Mbarara and they were receiving cancer care at Mbarara.
So finally, don't you think the type of cancer or its stage would have influenced the findings?
Now, that is very interesting, and I like that. So we've done more analysis on my data. This was more preliminary, and I have findings about the social demographics and how they inform on what I found. And just a quick run. We found out that the level of education of the caregiver did influence the psychological well-being of the caregivers. Then we also found that the relationship that the caregiver had with the patient did influence. And there we had like the siblings mostly affected, and followed by the spouses, and lastly the children of the patients. We also found out that the type and the stage of the cancer did affect. So those are the other results that are coming out of the second analysis. So when I'm presenting finally everything, I'll be able to inform more on what else on the multivariate analysis that we are doing and how that could have affected the results and the findings.
I like that, the subgroup analysis.
Yes.
Now, any comments from the panel? Professor Ronka Wacheni.
Thank you, Rachel.
Welcome.
My first comment is about the tools used. I hope they are already validated.
Yes. Yes.
Then after presenting the results, you move directly to compare with others. But I think the explanation of what your results mean should have come earlier, or comparing them with those from other settings. Because we would want to know, after getting those results, what do they mean to you? Then that's when you progress later to compare your findings with others.
Thank you.
Is that okay? Is that okay with you?
Yes. Do I comment on the first one on the tools?
You can briefly that, yes.
Yeah, so that tools are standardized tools, and a psychologist in Uganda and in South Africa and everywhere would use the same tools like I have used, but still as part of the analysis, we were able to do factor analysis on all the tools that I used, and the Cronbach alphas were sufficient, meaning that the instruments had very high validity. So I also will present that bit in my findings of the analysis.
Yes, a comment from Professor Batwala.
Thank you, Rachel. I will start from the last comment. You said the tool was validated.
Yes.
The measurement of validation is the validity index. What did you get?
Well, I will need to ask, but I did I don't have my work here. My laptop has blacked out. I haven't been well. Sorry, I haven't been well, so I struggled to have this presentation, but I will be able to avail all that in my next presentation, but we were able to do that as well. I can't easily find it now, but we did that.
You can imagine, when you say your laptop is blacked out when you are presenting, you just see how psychologically we are affected. You know,
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, but
anyway,
it's not going to black out when I'm defending.
You have patience. You have no patience.
So, you measure the validity. You see, you are tell us the validity index. That one we have to ask you next time when you meet.
Yes, I will.
And the term of cancers, for me, I also saw it's broad. I thought you would zero down to one particular type of cancer, but then you did not.
Yes.
And then the role of personality traits on psychological well-being of caregivers in the title implies that you measured the dependent and independent variable, the same participants, correct?
Yes.
What was your dependent variable?
The dependent
variable.
Okay, so in this particular one, the dependent variable is the psychological well-being, and the independent is the personality.
Okay.
Yes.
So you measure both in the same people.
Yes.
So your design is a cross-sectional.
Yes, it is a cross-sectional.
So this you use this cross-section to measure baseline information, or this is all for the study?
This is all for the study. because it's a wide study, like I mentioned. So I looked at the personality and anxiety, personality depression, personality stress, personality PTSD. So the psychological well-being in the later objectives, I was able to break it down. So I have all the information about personality and the breakdown of the psychological well-being. And again, hardiness with a breakdown of all the other psychological well-being. And then I also have an element of coping, because I was able to look at how personality affects coping among caregivers, how hardiness affects coping, and also how psychological well-being affects coping. So it is the bigger study.
Is coping part of the objectives?
Yes, the other objectives, the other many objectives that I haven't presented.
You said you have 11 objectives.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But that's not allowed.
Yeah, we had a lengthy discussion when I presented to the department, and Dr. Rukundo and my supervisor here and Professor Van Dyke came up with, I think, a compromise that I was able, and they supported me to be able to analyze all those objectives and now be able to test all those hypotheses.
And how many are the hypotheses?
They're about 23.
I think you need to narrow down. We may ask you to produce to at most 5 objectives. Have you heard?
Yes, I have heard.
At most, we may want to meet again. At most, 5 objectives. That's what we want to see.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you said data collection was done already.
Yes, was completed.
It's a cross-sectional study.
Yes, it's a cross-sectional.
When was that?
I completed data collection at the end of last year. No, mid last year, and then we went into the analysis.
How long was data collection?
Oh, it took a long time. It took.
Cross-sectional.
Yeah, it took a long time because I had each participant respond to about 10 questionnaires.
Where was this? Which districts are these?
So I did my study at the Uganda Cancer Institute here in Kampala, where I work. And so the Cancer Institute receives patients from all over the country. And also we had just a few participants that were, from across the borders. I also had the other study site was in Barara Hospital. There is a cancer regional center that is being supported by the Uganda Cancer Institute. So I have data on where the participants were coming from, but the Cancer Institute receives referrals from all over Uganda and even beyond. So I'm able to tell who came from where, but it was from those 2 sites that receive
Okay,
patients.
Patricia, Rachel.
Yes.
Was that proposal approved by the faculty research committee?
Yes, it was. I have the approval letter.
With 10 questionnaires?
Yeah, there was a lengthy discussion about my work. And like I mentioned, in psychology, there are so many specific objectives is commonplace. I had more or less the same when I did my master's, because we do emphasize that we break down everything in specific ways and be able to explain the findings. So it was a lengthy discussion. I don't know if Dr. Rukundo is in the house, but he was there when all these discussions were going on.
What about the issue of caregivers changing? while the patient is on the ward.
So now, this being a cross-sectional study, we would recruit those that were accessible at the time of the study. And like I mentioned, we could take on up to 5 per patient. So the changing was not a big issue if we could be able to tell that we've already included this one in the study so that we don't re-include them. So my study assistants, I did training for them and they were able to tell who had already been in the study. And of course, we would also work with the patient. So the patients were the ones that would refer to us they are caregivers, because they're the ones who knew who exactly was taking care of them. So it was done in consultation and with support from the patients.
Yeah, fair enough. One last question from Dr. Mhechi Priscilla.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel, for your presentation. Mine is somewhat related to what Professor Bennett asked before. Is there a chance that a certain situation can change personality traits?
That is very interesting. And you see, when our personalities are solidified over time, and there are many factors that contribute to our personalities. One of them is the environments that we grow up in, the people that we interact with, the experiences that we go through. So while we say that personality is solidified by 30 years, or 35 at most, 30, when we go through different situations and circumstances, we do adjust slightly, but personality doesn't change completely. So for instance, I, as an extrovert, in a certain environment, because of any certain reasons, I may not express the extroversion, but that doesn't mean that I cease to be an extrovert. So it isn't final as it is known. Personality changes, but slightly.
Yeah, because I was thinking in such a case that you're taking care of a cancer patient, this is a very stressful moment. Anytime the person is actually maybe going to pass on, I would think your behavior and your whole person can actually change. So if you show that most of the participants showed neuroticism, then I'm wondering whether the results are not biased by the situation at hand.
Not at all. So what would change would not be your personality, okay? Like I have explained, your personality is solidified. So the way you act and react to situations may be different, but who you are will not change. I'll give you an example. If you have a caregiver who is high on neuroticism, even before taking care of the cancer patient, they have the neurotic tendencies, So what the taking care of the cancer patient can do is to extrapolate the neuroticism, but it would not change the person from worrying. Do I make some sense? So in this study, I was looking at how to be able to tell how different people, how different personalities would react in a situation of cancer. All right. So, and you notice that it was done at that particular time of taking care of the person. So I would not expect that there would be any changes.
Thank you so much, Rachel.
Thank you too.
Okay, one question from Vincent.
Rachel, what I didn't understand is the issue of some bigger study. Is the bigger study yours, or you embedded your PhD in some bigger study?
Okay, so the bigger study is mine. That's the study that has so many objectives and so many hypotheses. So for this symposium, we discussed with my supervisor that I could present part of my findings. So the bigger study is mine. I designed the study, I carried out the study and analyzed the findings, and then I have more to disseminate than what I have disseminated.
Rachel,
Yes.
I was assuming that in the bigger study, you extract some objectives for the PhD.
Yes. Ah. Okay.
Yes. Then you leave the data which is not necessary for other time.
Okay. Okay.
No, I think it has been made clear. You have objectives approved for your PhD.
Yes.
Correct? And all of them have been analyzed. You have data.
Yes. Yes.
So I won't write a hypothesis on all the objectives of PhD. And some will be left out.
Okay.
Yes?
Well, what my supervisors, the guidance that my supervisors have given me is to present all my findings about all my objectives. So what I will do, I will have time to sit again with them and then give them this feedback. And then together with a doctoral committee, then we will come up with what exactly I should be able to present. So I will do that and then I'll give them feedback from this symposium.
I think it is important what the University Research Institute Committee approved.
Yeah.
Anything beyond that, you have to apply for a change of an amendment.
Okay.
So I would advise you to proceed to that was approved and write that up.
Yes.
And have it examined.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Wish you the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much and have a good afternoon.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, and our online audience, we are now breaking for lunch. Bear with us until 2 p.m. We shall have a quick lunch. Next on our presentation list is Faith Natkunda. Natkunda, Faith, be ready at 2 p.m. with your presentation for about 10 minutes and then a discussion. We meet at 2. That's research of psychology. It was a proposal as big as this. And so many objectives, we couldn't believe it. So let's be quick because we have more work. Security.
I mean, I have some things I can complete, but it's not really unattended.
Yeah.
Someone patrolling.
And the laptops.
Patrolling hands.
Yes.
So what's the decision?
This is Uganda, a beautiful country with tremendous potential whose resilient people continue to recover from the political chaos that followed independence. Mbarara University of Science and Technology, also known as MUST, was founded in 1989 with Faculty of Medicine offering undergraduate programs in medicine and surgery.
By 2001, it had also opened a Faculty of Science and a Faculty of Development Studies.
Our mission is to create the highly skilled workforce that is essential for our country's sustained economic growth and development.
We train doctors to heal the sick and maintain a healthy population.
We teach the next generation of Ugandan scientists.
We train young people who will manage the development of agriculture and industries for the years to come. Together, we are working toward a brighter future for the people of Uganda. Succeed, we must.
The health of Ugandans is critical. It is only those who are healthy who can actively and productively participate in the economy of the land.
The healthcare needs are enormous. There are problems linked to poverty. There are problems linked to access of information.
Things like child mortality rates, maternal mortality rates, things like HIV.
There is diphtheria, malaria, TB. If 5 children were born, at least 1 or 2 would die before the age of 5. And they die because of preventable diseases.
Before Mbarara University was started, the doctor-patient ratio in Uganda was 1 to around 50,000. And when Mbarara University started, it reduced to around 1 in 25,000. So we hope that it can really come down to at least 1 in 500.
The mission of the medical faculty is to train healthcare professionals who are prepared to work in different environments, both rural and urban areas. The undergraduate degrees we offer are for medical doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and laboratory scientists.
I want to be a gynecologist and obstetrician. It feels so sad when a mother has to lose her baby and she has to maybe lose her uterus just because she couldn't find a doctor in the villages to help her out. People out there are really suffering.
I would like to look after AIDS because I lost one of my parents for AIDS, and my mom is still living, but still she's suffering from AIDS.
I love looking after patients. I love to help them get better. And another thing I grew to love was to teach other people how to take care of these patients.
All the lecturers, they are inspiring. They really want to make you the best or even something better than they are.
They're fun in class, as in they make some jokes and you really understand. They allow questions if you have not understood, and they are even easy people to approach.
The more people I train, the better services they will offer for the people in the countryside where they will be able to work.
These wires are called eyelet wires.
Most of the people we see in the hospital are rural-based people. Majority of them are poor people, and they have got to travel long distances to reach here.
The Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital is sponsored by the Ministry of Health.
We give services for general medicine, surgery, HIV/AIDS and other infectious diseases, dental health, and all the other specialties of a major referral hospital.
Normally on a ward round, we review the patient, we discuss what's happening with the patient, and we use that chance to teach, to help the young doctors think through the process of taking care of the patients, the management especially.
Some, I can feel it underneath you. But I would grade that as 1 out of 4.
International partners are essential in providing the human resources necessary to train the next generation of scientists and health providers.
Since 1989, Cuba is supporting this university with a professor, not only specifically in medicine. They send some pharmacologists and another kind of professor.
Discuss about this patient.
Our main problem now is maternal mortality. We are dreaming to reduce maternal mortality, to reduce infant mortality. Only improving the community, the primary care, will be possible to solve the problem, and then the pregnancy will be safe to the mother here in Uganda. This is our dream.
We have a colleague who is a medical missionary through the Baptist Mission of Uganda. He suggested that we start a HIV/AIDS clinic.
We began in 1998 in November with one patient, and since that time it's grown from 1 to over 8,000 patients now. And a lot of that is basic care for opportunistic infections. About a third of those patients are on antiretroviral drugs.
Those who are severely immunosuppressed with CD4 counts less than 200, we put on the waiting list. Those who are in their late stage of disease, we put on that waiting list.
I have been on antiretroviral drugs since 2003. Since then, I'm now strong, and my CD4 has risen from 200 to 580.
Currently, we have 1,500 patients on that waiting list, and if you're first on that list, you get your drugs.
All our collaborators provide essential support for the mission of the university.
A growing relationship with American organization Doctors for Global Health has sent medical residents at Montefiore Hospital in New York to assist with training medical students on the wards.
So that's a good observation, physical observation that you made.
The university has worked a lot with THET, the Tropical Health Education Trust, a British NGO.
We've looked at that, so we've worked out she's got a raised ESR and a mild.
They've also sent faculty. We have currently 2, and they've been helping in responsibilities of teaching, clinical care, running of outpatient clinics, and also teaching postgraduates in form of tutorials.
And the definition of infarction really
THET initiated the postgraduate training program, and this was in view of building capacity of the local Ugandans to become lecturers. And currently in 2005 we are 6 lecturers in the Department of Internal Medicine.
MAST offers more than 15 master's and PhD programs in several fields, including obstetrics and gynecology, biochemistry, ophthalmology, surgery, and public health.
The courses of the Masters of Public Health are offered by Lund University of Sweden, and the courses are offered online here in this learning center. And like you see in my background, it has modern computers. It is connected to fast-speed internet. Masters of Public Health here is very relevant and important. I'm mainly interested in community empowerment, and Bara University implements a community-based health program. That is, the doctors are trained to tackle the problems of the people from where they are.
Community health is the core of the program.
For a third world country like Uganda, over 80% of the population is rural. So medical personnel have to be encouraged to work in the rural settings.
Students need to be prepared to go the extra mile, use minimal resources, give clear messages to the community so that health and healthcare can improve. That's why students have to spend part of their training in the rural areas.
While in my 4th year of education, I was placed in a health center we spent 6 weeks there, mainly doing community visits and health outreaches. And that is really very important. It makes you appreciate the health problems at the grassroots. It's part of the inspiration we have to continue working with upcountry settings.
What's really exciting to me is that we are training not just doctors, but nurses, a whole different cadre of healthcare workers. And those healthcare workers are not staying here, they're going throughout Uganda. And so we've got doctors that we've trained that are excellent doctors that are now out teaching others in other parts of the country.
These are ART drugs. In Uganda Hospital, I'm the main teacher for community health. So we go to the nearby communities to make practical what we teach. It's exciting because we speak to the whole community. We do health education about how to prevent illnesses like malaria, like HIV, many communicable diseases. And also we instill in them more health-seeking behaviors like attending antenatal care, like bringing their children for immunization, and like also having their deliveries in hospital or at least health centers.
The medical faculty is not just an academic training institution. We are also working every day for the immediate care of local people all over Mbarara district.
Today is a Child Health Day for this particular area, which is planned together with the Ministry of Health to ensure that most of the children get immunization services, deworming, and they are weighed to ensure that they are growing well. One goal of the university is to empower communities to manage their own problems. The Child Health Project trains community volunteers to manage simple illnesses and refer complicated ones. We share knowledge, and when you visit their homes, you notice a change. At least if there is food in the house, it's covered, the bushes are cleared to reduce the malaria, there is a drying rack. At least people are more informed than they were before. The project is possible because of the Canadian involvement. They have expertise in pediatric problems and because of the funding from Canada. According to the statistics we have, children who have been referred for treatment, children who have been helped by the volunteers, children who have been immunized because of our influence are more than 90,000.
The Faculty of Medicine has many vital collaborations with local, national and international organizations. For example, Mobile Hospice Mbarara provides hospice care to rural patients with terminal diseases such as AIDS and cancer.
These patients have already been to all hospitals, they have been to all herbalists, they have been to everywhere, and they are at the end of their life and they are in a lot of pain. They come to hospice or we visit them in their homes, we counsel them, give them drugs for pain, relieve their symptoms like the smelling wounds. Mobile Hospice in Mbarara, we teach the medical students and the nursing, the postgraduate and the undergraduate, we teach them palliative care. It is a way of spreading the palliative care to other people because when they finish, they've got other hospitals and they're going to meet this kind of patients we are talking about.
The university collaborates closely with many other organizations, including the Family Planning Association of Uganda, the Mulago Mbarara Joint AIDS Project, Doctors Without Borders, the University of California, the AIDS Support Organization, Joint Clinical Research Center, and Center for Disease Control in Uganda.
As it struggles to grow, the university faces tremendous financial challenges. There is not enough money in the budget for basic maintenance or to develop infrastructure.
The usual nurse-to-patient ratio that we have is about 20 patients to one nurse.
In my clinic in the dental department, the equipment are all now beyond the age of 20 years, and because they are being overused, they are all running down.
There's so much that would help, even just drugs for treating just the common infections.
People will end up dying because of lack of medical facilities, no medicine, no equipment, no what.
But the university has great ambitions to grow and be able to produce more highly skilled graduates.
It is being planned that this learning center, which is funded by the Swedish International Cooperation Agency, also becomes a learning center that transmits education to other places of the region. The technology is very expensive and needs more support.
I want to see Mbarara University be a state-of-the-art research center, but I know this is a big dream because we need funds to carry out really good research, and we only can manage this through international collaborations.
We need help in collaboration, and we need these specialists in all the fields.
There are plans that have been drawn up and have been approved to probably double or triple the size of this hospital. But even when you build the building, there's still the need to equip it. And so one of the areas that I see is that collaborators could come in and do that.
This government-granted land will one day be the site of the new university campus.
Our dream is to expand the Faculty of Medicine and move everybody else to the new campus. But we now look forward to those with the funds to help us to start on the development of this campus.
We believe that with more researchers, more intellectuals joining us, we shall be able to grow into a big and competitive university.
There's a phrase that we use in the local language here called mpora mpora, which means slowly, slowly. And it just means that with time, things will happen.
The motto of must is succeed we must.
Under whatever conditions, we must succeed.
I will succeed, and it is a must. I must succeed, and after 5 years, I must leave this place as a doctor.
Our university, Mbaro University of Science and Technology, is moving in the right direction. We need support to continue this. Together, we will succeed.
The people of Uganda are counting on us. Succeed we must.
Akasozi akalungi akasozi kemwiri olinga galungi mulinga ebikado mulinga oguyanda
This is Uganda, a beautiful country with tremendous potential whose resilient people continue to recover from the political chaos that followed independence. Mbaro University of Science and Technology, also known as MUST, was founded in 1989 with Faculty of Medicine offering undergraduate programs in medicine and surgery.
By 2001, it had also opened a Faculty of Science and a Faculty of Development Studies.
Our mission is to create the highly skilled workforce that is essential for our country's sustained economic growth and development.
We train doctors to heal the sick and maintain a healthy population.
We teach the next generation of Ugandan scientists.
We train young people who will manage the development of agriculture and industries for the years to come. Together, we are working toward a brighter future for the people of Uganda.
Succeed we must.
The health of Ugandans is critical. It is only those who are healthy who can actively and productively participate in the economy of the land.
The healthcare needs are enormous. There are problems linked to poverty. There are problems linked to access of information.
Things like child mortality rates, maternal mortality rates, things like HIV.
There is diphtheria, malaria, TB. If 5 children were born, at least 1 or 2 would die before the age of 5. And they die because of preventable diseases.
Before Bahrain University was started, the doctor-patient ratio in Uganda was 1 to around 50,000. And when Bahrain University started, it reduced to around 1 in 25,000. So we hope that it can really come down to at least 1 in 500.
The mission of the medical faculty is to train healthcare professionals who are prepared to work in different environments, both rural and urban areas. The undergraduate degrees we offer are for medical doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and laboratory scientists.
I want to be a gynecologist and obstetrician. It feels so sad when a mother has to lose her baby and she has to maybe lose her uterus just because she couldn't find a doctor in the villages to help her out. People out there are really suffering.
I would like to look after AIDS because I lost one of my parents for AIDS, and my mom is still living, but still she's suffering from AIDS.
I love looking after patients. I love to help them get better. And another thing I grew to love was to teach other people how to take care of these patients.
All the lecturers, they are inspiring. They really want to make you the best or even something better than they are.
They're fun in classes and they make some jokes and you really understand. They allow questions if you have not understood, and they are even easy people to approach.
The more people I train, the better services they will offer for the people in the countryside where they will be able to work.
These wires are called eyelet wires.
Most of the people we see in the hospital are rural-based people. Majority of them are poor people, and they have got to travel long distances to reach here.
The Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital is sponsored by the Ministry of Health.
We give services for general medicine, surgery, HIV/AIDS and other infectious diseases, dental health, and all the other specialties of a major referral hospital.
Normally on a ward round, we review the patient, we discuss what's happening with the patient, and we use that chance to teach, to help the young doctors think through the process of taking care of the patients, the management especially.
Some, I can feel it underneath you. But I would grade that as 1 out of 4.
International partners are essential in providing the human resources necessary to train the next generation of scientists and health providers.
Since 1989, Cuba is supporting this university with a professor not only specifically in medicine. They send some pharmacologists and another kind of professor.
Discuss about this patient.
Our main problem now is maternal mortality. We are dreaming to reduce maternal mortality, to reduce infant mortality. Only improving the community, the primary care, will be possible to solve the problem, and then the pregnancy will be safe to the mother here in Uganda. This is our dream.
We have a colleague who is a medical missionary through the Baptist Mission of Uganda. He suggested that we start a HIV/AIDS clinic.
We began in 1998 in November with 1 patient, and since that time it's grown from 1 to over 8,000 patients now. And a lot of that is basic care for opportunistic infections. About 1/3 of those patients are on antiretroviral drugs.
Those who are severely immunosuppressed with CD4 counts less than 200, we put on the waiting list. Those who are in their late stage of disease, we put on that waiting list.
I have been on antiretroviral drugs since 2003. Since then, I'm now strong, and my CD4 has risen from 200 to 580.
Currently, we have 1,500 patients on that waiting list, and if you're first on that list, you get your drugs.
All our collaborators provide essential support for the mission of the university.
A growing relationship with American organization Doctors for Global Health has sent medical residents at Montefiore Hospital in New York to assist with training medical students on the wards.
So that's a good observation, physical observation that you made.
The university has worked a lot with PET. the Tropical Health Education Trust, a British NGO.
We've looked at that, so we've worked out she's got a raised ESR and a
They've also sent faculty. We have currently 2, and they've been helping in responsibilities of teaching, clinical care, running of outpatient clinics, and also teaching postgraduates in form of tutorials.
And the definition of infarction really
initiated the postgraduate training program, and this was in view of building capacity of the local Ugandans to become lecturers. And currently in 2005 we are 6 lecturers in the Department of Internal Medicine.
MAST offers more than 15 master's and PhD programs in several fields, including obstetrics and gynecology, biochemistry, ophthalmology, surgery, and public health.
The courses of the Masters of Public Health are offered by Lund University of Sweden, and the courses are offered online here in this learning center. And like you see in my background, it has modern computers. It is connected to fast-speed internet. Masters of Public Health here is very relevant and important. I'm mainly interested in community empowerment, and Bara University implements a community-based health program. That is, the doctors are trained to tackle the problems of the people from where they are.
Community health is the core of the program.
For a third world country like Uganda, over 80% of the population is rural. So medical personnel have to be encouraged to work in the rural settings.
Students need to be prepared to go the extra mile, use minimal resources, give clear messages to the community so that health and healthcare can improve. That's why students have to spend part of their training in the rural areas.
While in my 4th year of education, I was placed in a health center for, we spent 6 weeks there, mainly doing community visits and health outreaches. And that is really very important. It makes you appreciate the health problems at the grassroots. It's part of the inspiration we have to continue working with upcountry settings.
What's really exciting to me is that we are training not just doctors, but nurses, a whole different cadre of healthcare workers. And those healthcare workers are not staying here, they're going throughout Uganda. And so we've got doctors that we've trained that are excellent doctors that are now out teaching others in other parts of the country.
Prophylaxis. These are ART drugs.
In Ibanda Hospital, I'm the main teacher for community health. So we go to the nearby communities to make practical what we teach. It's exciting because we speak to the whole community. We do health education about how to prevent illnesses like malaria, like HIV, many communicable diseases. And also we instill in them more health-seeking behaviors like attending antenatal care, like bringing their children for immunization, and like also having their deliveries in hospital or at least health centers.
The medical faculty is not just an academic training institution. We are also working every day for the immediate care of local people all over Mbarara district.
Today is a Child Health Day for this particular area, which is planned together with the Ministry of Health to ensure that most of the children get immunization services, deworming, and they are weighed to ensure that they are growing well. One goal of the university is to empower communities to manage their own problems. The Child Health Project trains community volunteers to manage simple illnesses and refer complicated ones. We share knowledge, and when you visit their homes, you notice a change. At least if there is food in the house, it's covered, the bushes are cleared to reduce the malaria, there is a drying rack. At least people are more informed than they were before. The project is possible because of the Canadian involvement. They have expertise in pediatric problems and because of the funding from Canada. According to the statistics we have, children who have been referred for treatment, children who have been helped by the volunteers, children who have been immunized because of our influence are more than 90,000.
The Faculty of Medicine has many vital collaborations with local, national and international organizations. For example, Mobile Hospice Mbarara provides hospice care to rural patients with terminal diseases such as AIDS and cancer.
These patients have already been to all hospitals, they have been to all herbalists, they have been to everywhere, and they are at the end of their life and they are in a lot of pain. They come to hospice or we visit them in their homes, we counsel them, give them drugs for pain, relieve their symptoms like the smelling wounds. Mobile Hospice in Mbarara, we teach the medical students and the nursing, the postgraduate and the undergraduate, we teach them palliative care. It is a way of spreading the palliative care to other people, because when they finish, they've got other hospitals and they're going to meet this kind of patients we are talking about.
The university collaborates closely with many other organizations, including the Family Planning Association of Uganda, the Mulago Mbarara Joint AIDS Project, Doctors Without Borders, the University of California, the AIDS Support Organization, Joint Clinical Research Center, and Center for Disease Control in Uganda.
As it struggles to grow, the university faces tremendous financial challenges. There is not enough money in the budget for basic maintenance or to develop infrastructure.
The usual nurse-to-patient ratio that we have is about 20 patients to one nurse.
Even my clinic in the dental department, the equipment are all now beyond the age of 20 years, and because they are being overused, they are all running down.
There's so much that would help, even just drugs for treating just the common infections.
People will end up dying because of lack of medical facilities, no medicine, no equipment, no what.
But the university has great ambitions to grow and be able to produce more highly skilled graduates.
It is being planned that this learning center, which is funded by the Swedish International Cooperation Agency, also becomes a learning center that transmits education to other places of the region. The technology is very expensive and needs more support.
I want to see Mbarara University be a state-of-the-art research center, but I know this is a big dream because we need funds to carry out really good research, and we only can manage this through international collaborations.
We need help in collaboration, and we need these specialists in all the fields.
There are plans that have been drawn up and have been approved to probably double or triple the size of this hospital. But even when you build the building, there's still the need to equip it, and so one of the areas that I see is that collaborators could come in and do that.
This government-granted land will one day be the site of the new university campus.
Our dream is to expand the Faculty of Medicine and move everybody else to the new campus. But we now look forward to those with the funds to help us to start on the development of this campus.
We believe that with more researchers, more intellectuals joining us, we shall be able to grow into a big
God. Okay.
And 5 minutes of our interaction with you.
Okay.
Introduce yourself, tell us your background and how far you have gone.
Okay.
Then the important findings, I don't know which stage you are.
Okay.
Also, we have some data.
We have, I don't know, am I projecting? I see.
Just put slideshow.
Okay.
Presentation mode.
Yes. Has it picked?
Why is it? It is refusing. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. That's fantastic.
Okay.
Ask about yourself briefly and then proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Protocol observed. My name's Catherine Atwaire. I'm a lecturer in the Department of Nursing. Unfortunately, I did not present as scheduled. That was at 10. And reason was I have 2 lectures today. Today is a very terrible day for me. And I had thought it is next week, not until I realized earlier this week, and I could not do much about it. So I'm presenting my work, but I'm not ready. Yeah, but I'll be grateful for your input and apologies for unprepared work. It could be better than this.
You have 10 minutes, please.
So I'm looking at postpartum depression among mothers in Bara and Rampala districts, southwestern Uganda. My supervisors are Dr. Grace Nambozi, Associate Professor Laura Brennerman, Dr. Godfrey Rukundo, who is a psychiatrist, Dr. Ngonzi Joseph, and Dr. Twine Daniel. The last 2 are on the doctoral team. Dr. Ngonzi is the obstetrician on team, and Dr. Twine was my statistician. I'm fully registered. I have a doctoral team. This study was funded by ADB Hest. I received all the ethical clearance from MASREC, UNCST. I have published 2 papers, and one should be coming out soon because I've just responded to my final questions. The first paper, corrections, the first paper was a literature review, and the quantitative paper is the one I'm talking about. It's in BMC, pregnancy and childbirth. The qualitative paper is ready. However, my supervisors are still looking at it. And I'm currently working on the validation study, which is my final objective. Yeah, postpartum depression is a non-psychotic disorder. It's a non-psychotic disorder that, oh, sorry, I need to minimize this. Postpartum depression is a non-psychotic disorder, mood disorder, characterized by severe mood swings, loss of interest, sleep disturbances, feeling of sadness, excessive crying, fatigability, problems of appetite, and thoughts of self-harm or harm to the baby. And this continues to become one of the neglected maternal health challenges that leads to significant morbidity and mortality across the globe. So during the postpartum period, the mother is expected to recover from pregnancy, delivery, and physiologically adapt after childbirth. However, for a number of reasons, some mothers end up suffering from PPD. And this reduces the mother's response to child's needs. It has got severe consequences on the health, psychological, physical, and socioeconomic well-being of the mother, their children who are the newborn and the other children, families and communities at large. Depression that disrupts that relationship between the mother and her infant contributes to higher risk for poor child growth and developmental outcomes. So in severe cases, mothers who are suffering from PPD are prone to psychosis, which is a mental health emergency. They may commit suicide, homicide, and even infanticide. So how do we best diagnose it? We can do a clinical diagnosis. There are various diagnostic tools that were developed. That is the DSMV, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual. Now we're on version 5, and ICD-11, which was developed by WHO. But for this study, I used DSMV because it is the highly recommended gold standard. And according to the DSMV, the onset of these depressive symptoms should appear in the first 6 months postpartum, and an episode of symptoms which persists for more than 2 weeks and presents with depressed mood, loss of interest in daily activities, plus 4 associated symptoms like appetite disturbance, sleep disturbance, psychomotor agitation, fatigue, feelings of worthlessness, poor concentration, suicidal ideation, commend these mothers to becoming depressed. And we have screening tools that are good at improving detection rates. Several tools have been developed, but the Edinburgh postnatal depression tool is the most commonly used tool. And of course, when we look at the psychometric properties that define an excellent screening tool, they should have good sensitivity, specificity, and positive predictive value. EPDS was known to have a high and satisfactory sensitivity and specificity. It is also simple, quick to use, and has shown high acceptability levels by patients, as well as being readily available at no cost. Globally, it's estimated that 10 to 15% of women suffer from PPD, but it's more rampant in low middle income countries by 25%. And then in Uganda, determining the actual PPD prevalence remains very challenging due to the limited screening, diagnosis, and underreporting studies. And lack of consistent data has compromised the development of this cumulative body of knowledge. And the factors associated with PPD have been classified into social demographic, psychological, biological, cultural, obstetric, or pediatric factors. And if risks for PPD are detected early, it's preventable and treatable using less risky non-pharmacological methods with positive implications. So understanding the prevalence and associated factors is fundamental to informing a policy agenda and public health interventions aimed at this challenge. Therefore, this study aimed at determining the prevalence and its associated factors of PPD. It explored the lived experiences of these mothers diagnosed with PPD and determined the validity of the EPDS against the DSM as the gold standard. And this was a screening tool that can be used in the Ugandan context. So my main objective was to determine the prevalence. 5 minutes. Oh, yeah. So my specific objectives were to determine the prevalence of postpartum depression, associated factors in southwestern Uganda, to explore the lived experiences and coping mechanisms of these mothers who are diagnosed with PPD, and determine the criterion validity of the EPDS against the DSMV in screening for PPD. Setting, it was conducted in Mbara Regional Referral Hospital with Wera Health Center 4 and Chinoni Health Center 4. Most of the deliveries take place in these areas, so that's why we chose these areas. Municipal Health Center was used for pretesting the study tools. Population, it targeted mothers during the first 6 weeks postpartum as they visited the clinic. That was from 11th November 2019 to 10th June 2020. And then objective 2, we looked at 10-week postpartum mark. That was between 6th July 2019 and 25th September 2020. This timing matched the routine postnatal visit. And it was a multi-facility based study that utilized both quantitative and qualitative methods of data collection, cross-sectional in nature for objective 1 and 3, and also phenomenological in nature for objective 2. The phenomenon here was postpartum depression. We included mothers who are 18 to 49 years of age attending their 6 weeks. And then for objective 2, the mothers those who had been clinically diagnosed with PPD at 6 weeks and at 10th week or more were postpartum, were no longer postpartum depressed and they should have live births, live babies. So sample size was determined by using a single population formula, and we looked at 292 mothers. And then for the associated factors, we used Starter software version 13 at power of 89.6%. And we used proportionate stratified consecutive sampling method, where the sample size was divided proportionately among the 3 study sites, with the site as a stratum. And at the end of the day, we recruited 152 mothers from Bara Regional Referral Hospital, 93 from Wizuwera, and 47 from Chinoni Health Center 4. For objective 2, the guiding principle was data saturation. So the main outcome measure was postpartum depression. A mother was classified as PPD if she was positive with the DSMV criteria of assessment.
Fine.
We use validated tools. Let me share the results. So majority of the mothers were aged 20 to 34 years of age, 80%. 95% were Banyankole, 76%, 95.2% were married, 76.4% Banyankole. And then obstetric and medical characteristics, 63.1% had given birth to at least 2 children.
Yeah.
And then we measured social support using the maternal social support scale, and most of the mothers experienced medium social support, 62.3%. 10.1% had low social support from their partners. And the type of support provided by the spouses included helping with house chores, 72.3%, babysitting, 78.1%, and financial support, 91.4%. So the prevalence, overall prevalence was 27.1%. And on stratification by health facility, Wizuwera had the highest with a prevalence of 32.3% as compared to Chinoni. However, the difference was not statistically significant. The prevalence of PPD was almost double in mothers younger than 20 years of age. And yes, so for the factors, the frequencies of potential risk factors for PPD were entered. Of course, we used the bivariate and multivariate model analysis, and our results, in summary, after doing the multivariate model, mothers who perceived low social support from their husbands, family, and friends were 2.3 times more likely to suffer from PPD as compared to those who perceived the social support as adequate. And mothers who were infected with HIV virus were 2.1% more likely to suffer from PPD. And those who resided in the rural setting were almost twice more likely to suffer from PPD. Mothers whose babies cried a lot and had a history of any birth complications were also more likely to suffer from PPD. Birth complications in recent pregnancy listed were excess vaginal bleeding, conclusion. Oh, yes. Okay, I just want to briefly summarize it that When I did the qualitative study, I found out that there were so many mothers who had feelings of suicide as narrated with this. So when these negative thoughts would come to my mind, I would try to take poison so that I die. And then there were those women who attempted suicide and those who had feelings of killing someone else, like their husbands, their children. We also had those who attempted to kill their own children. And also those who had thoughts of self-harm. We had also despondency, uncertainty due to strained relationships, feelings of being lonely, and so forth. Oh, so in conclusion, I would like to, oh my God. So in conclusion, the high PPD prevalence among Ugandan women indicates that there is an urgent need to identify pregnant women who are at increased risk. Nurses in the postnatal clinic tailor interventions and target mothers at risk of PPD. And also, when we did an exploratory study, we realized that there's a lot of suicide attempt, homicide, which is also a danger. Yeah, I'm still doing my work and I'm in the middle of it.
Of what?
I'm in the middle of, I was still writing. This was a quick one. I compiled this in just 1 hour. But I thought I should present something. I've published some papers, literature review, and I also published a paper on factors associated with postpartum depression. There's one under review, which is supposed to be coming out soon. And then I should be submitting another also by the end of this month. I can acknowledge. Yeah, so
Objective 3.
With that, objectives.
Number 3. Have you done some work on
Objective 3.
Yes.
I'm working on it. Yes, I'm working on it. I'm not yet ready with it.
Let's now go into some discussion with you, if you don't mind. About 5 minutes.
Please.
Do you have any concerns where you need assistance from your seniors?
From the seniors.
Any concerns to mention?
Maybe I would need some presentation skills, most especially of my quantitative data. But also I believe that I wasn't prepared enough for this.
Yeah, because
of the time.
Short time.
Yeah, because of the time.
So much to talk about. But if you know your stuff, if you know your study and findings, should be easy to quickly talk about the message that came out.
Oh, yes.
So that's the challenge. Any other challenge?
The other challenge, maybe it will have to do with having the criterion validity. Yes, I'm trying to understand my results. So I would like.
How could you use it? That's the Edinburgh depression. Was that or something?
Yes.
How could you use it when you hadn't validated it?
Well, according to the study, it looks like I hadn't validated it, but I was trying to validate it. However, I didn't use it for my diagnosis. I used the DSM-V. So my result.
DSM number 5.
Yes. So that's what I used.
And what is this for?
The EPDS is, as I collected my data, I also was validating it in a way. However, the actual validation is coming at the end.
It's called the depression postnatal, I think should be Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, EPDS.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Is it the same as postpartum? Any difference between postpartum and postnatal?
No, there is no difference. They are used synonymously.
Meaning what? From the time of delivery?
The EPDS, the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, is used to screen mothers from 6 weeks postpartum, whereas the DSM, I beg your pardon? After they have 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks after they've given birth, that's when it's supposed to be used.
But when
however,
the end,
I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon?
After 6 weeks, you still call that postnatal period?
Yes, that is all postnatal period.
Up to when?
It goes up to 1 year. Postnatal period goes up to 1 year. The EPDS looks at...
Yeah, because we are able to see the cutoff. If a mother is 6 months after delivery, and she becomes depressed or psychotic,
yes.
She qualify. Would you blame the change?
So according to, okay. So thank you very much.
Define your time period.
Yes. So postpartum period refers to from the time the mother gives birth up to 1 year. However, in the first 2 weeks, most mothers are likely to suffer from some depression, and this is called the baby blues. And normally it is self-limiting, they normally get better. But after 4 weeks, when it persists from 4 weeks, then it's called postpartum depression. And this is from 4 weeks to 6 months. And when it goes beyond 6 months, it's called postpartum psychosis. So my focus is postpartum depression between 4 weeks and 6 months. And so according to my DSM-V, the criterion of diagnosis, it looks at mothers up to 6 months postpartum. Then the EPDS specifically looks at 6 to 8 weeks. So, but I use the DSM-V. Yes, I hope I have been able to.
Now, my last question is whether your quantitative study findings,
yes, please,
compressed by the quantitative analysis, the lived experiences, were they the same or predicted from the analysis of your scale, of the DSM-5?
We used an inductive method guided by Colizzi, and the findings were guided by the biopsychosocial model of depression. Biopsychosocial model, we are looking at the biological experiences, psychological experiences, and social experiences. But then I found new findings that on top of what is known, for us here in low-income countries like Uganda, we also had the economic component. And my study was carried out. And my study was carried out during COVID, so it had interruptions, and also we could have had depression at its peak as well. Yeah, but I'm having a lot of interruptions. Hello.
Will you mute your computer? So proceed, Kathleen.
Yes, so I was saying my findings, there was a lot of financial constraints which were not highlighted in the previous studies done in the high income areas. Of course, depression these emotional challenges have not been considered commonly in our setting. And so for us, you realize that even due to poverty and financial constraints, it even worsened the situation. Yeah. And also I carried out the study during COVID, so they should also have gone up due to that. There was a lot of stress related to COVID, people losing jobs and lockdown and so many other implications.
Thank you. We can now get questions from the audience online or the panels here. Any comments?
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Simon Kauma.
Yes, thank you, Kathy.
Yes, Dr. Simon.
I was just wondering.
Yes, please.
Why did you choose Kampala as your case study?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Simon. Why I chose Mbarara, previously, we have had only 2 studies carried out in Uganda, and one of them was carried out in Kampala, but that is over 15 years ago by NACU. And well, much as it was carried out, they found postpartum depression at 6.1%. But the tools they used were not, were more inferior in diagnosing postpartum depression. And so they recommended this research. Then another study that was also carried out in a rural setting, and that was in the northern region. And in that study, they used the Edinburgh postnatal depression tool. However, they used it as a diagnostic tool. And so they got a prevalence of 43%, whereby we could not rely on it because it was used wrongly. So they recommended that if someone has time, they could now do it more accurately. And this is where now I considered Mbarara, the southwestern region. I also considered it because it was more convenient and financially appropriate for me as a student to start with the southwestern region.
Because the reason why I asked leave me doubting because of convenience, lower bias, and so on. But if you have, for example, the statistics, maybe saying that according to the number of mothers who will be interviewed, I think there is a high percentage of prevalence. Because in your abstract, you say that it is high prevalence rate. Then I was wondering how high was we expect to see, maybe top of the statistics, maybe out of these mothers who have visited, maybe this is the case, is maybe 5% or 10% that really give enough motivation for your research. Then secondly, I realized that the reason why at any given time, when you are given an opportunity to present, you have to use the time maximum. And how can you achieve this? We try to reduce the slides. We try to bring out only key things, okay? Things you think people should, which you think they are very, very, very important to miss out. So next time, we try to bring out key things. Try to be limit your slides, don't be wordy. Okay, just bring out key things. And the other thing, if you want to emphasize a point, you can just maybe put it in another color that you can easily remember what you want to talk about. Rather, you have to slides you tend to read, and then you don't have enough time. Then second, I realized there are some sites where you're presenting results. How I wish that you use graphs, because the graph, any person can easily see the trend, even you don't have to labor too much do what to X-ray, what you can see the graph and you can easily follow. So those are my comments.
Thank you so much. I will improve as per the comment. Thank you.
And to remind when I was still a student, you take presentations, you have even to rehearsal. Okay, it's not just like you have 2 days of presentation, then you just start preparing. Because me, I remember practice, I called my wife, okay, how have I presented? You know, the more time you present, the more the facts we get to know fingertips. Such that you just look at the slide, you know even what to talk and so on. So you need to be prepared, because I'm seeing you're almost in the final stages of your PhD. So you need to get that, otherwise they find it hard when it comes to the final day of presentation. Because they'll give you 45 minutes, they will never give you some extra what? Extra time. So you need to start preparing. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Professor Batwara Vincent has a question for you. Hello, Dr.
Thank you, Catherine.
We are hearing you.
I was happy to hear you presenting this work. I have a few concerns.
Yes.
You say you did a study with Wera, Kinoni, and Imbara.
Yes, please.
Is it a regional referral hospital?
Bar Regional Hospital, yes.
Okay. Do you think you have issues with your data when you use these facilities?
Do I think?
Have
I beg your pardon?
Isn't your data biased?
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for that question. I will say, well, I didn't disclaim this, but initially, as I wrote my proposal, I was looking at Mbara district. But
I don't mean the convenience, that one I've understood. But the issue is, all these are referral hospitals. Or
referral and health center for.
Health center for is a referral facility in a health sub-district.
Okay.
Isn't it? Do you think there are issues with the recruiting the participants in referral units?
Yes, I think there is, because by the time mothers come to the referral hospital, in most cases,
they are the extreme end.
Yes, they are at the extreme end. But I tried to counter that by moving to the health center for facilities.
No, you should have got health center 3.
I was looking at a functioning theater, and with all modes of delivery being carried out in those health facilities. And when we did a pilot, we realized that it is health center 4 that is actively delivering mothers, both by cesarean section and normal delivery.
So how did you take care of the selective referral bias?
Selective referral bias. Professor, I'll look that up.
Okay. We need to consider that.
Please.
Now,
I need to think about it.
Okay. So, in your study, can I conclude that there is an association between baby crying and PPD?
Yes, please. Crying more than usual.
Is that a causal relationship?
Is that a causal relationship? No, it is. I would not say it's a causal, because it's a confounder. It's not.
But it's a confounder, no? Talk about your study design.
My study design was cross-sectional in nature.
And are you able to determine the cause?
I beg your pardon?
Does that help you to determine the cause?
Well, I use the multivariate model.
Yeah, those are factors associated with your condition of PPD.
Yes.
But you can't say it is possible.
No, it's not.
Otherwise, you need longitudinal design or trial.
No, it's not.
And then in your presentation, you talked of a certain tool with the high sensitivity and specificity. Which tool is that?
This is the APDS.
Sorry?
The one that, the Edinburgh postnatal depression tool.
Mm-hmm.
It was validated in the high income countries, and they found that the sensitivity was good, was high, above 90%. So it is and that is why it was recommended as a screening tool.
Even for this population?
So that is what I'm trying to validate. And those are the findings I'll be coming out with my final objective.
So what is your standard in this case?
My gold standard is the DSM-V. Diagnostic Statistical Manual, the 5th edition.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So far, so good, I would say. Any comments from the online audience? So what message you want to give us in the end? If you had to do another study to enrich this one, what would you do?
Maybe I can just give you a hint that I recently won a fellowship, NIH fellowship, MUSI, and I'll be looking at postpartum depression in correlation with multiple morbidities, NCDs, that is diabetes mellitus type 2 and hypertension. So we are realizing that there is an association. Mothers who are depressed are likely to be diagnosed with diabetes as well as hypertension. So I'm working on it as well, but yes, I won this fellowship, and so it's already showing good signs.
Congratulations. I guess that's longitudinal.
Yes, it is longitudinal. It's for 3 years.
Are you going to
so right now, I beg your pardon?
Are you following the patients up?
No. I'm going to totally recruit new patients.
I'm saying those hypertensives and the whoever, will they be followed up in the prospective design?
Yes, it's a prospective case control. It's a case control, prospective study design.
Case control, prospective. I thought it's a cohort.
No, it's a case control.
Are you good at your study designs?
I am trying to be. That is another area that I'm looking at.
When you want to be interested in research, make sure you know how to design it.
Yes.
Either you are into experiments, experimental, or you're observational.
Yeah.
And if you are observational, either you are into cross-sectional or back and forth.
Yes, so my study
find your design, Catherine.
Yes, so my study that
what are you saying?
That my study that I intend to do, it will be observational. The fellowship, the one that I'll be doing in the fellowship, it will be observational, case control. Why is it case control? Because I'll be comparing the mothers who are depressed against those who are undepressed. And then,
it is
why am I saying? Okay, why I'm saying it's not a
prospective. If you are doing case control, yes, please, are you confused case control studies?
Yes,
you have people with a condition, then you follow them backwards, see what they had exposure to, and then compare with the controls.
Yes, Professor, that's what actually I'll be looking at, because as I analyze my results, I'll be analyzing them retrospectively because I'm going to do cortisol and a number of tests. So I will look at the mothers who suffered from diabetes or hypertension and okay, I will understand it better.
You see,
but yeah, thank you for
when you are not
triggering me
sure,
to.
Catherine, it's good when you are very sure, because I imagine depression was or is something that's temporary. Otherwise, it progresses into some kind of psychosis, isn't it? Now, if someone has a history of depression, and then you want to do case control, maybe it will be complicated. My thing is that you're going to look at mothers who have hypertension or diabetes and they are pregnant. When they deliver, what happens as you follow them up? Do they get more depressed compared to those who don't have the communicable diseases? Anyway, your time is well spent. Wish you nice time.
Thank you so much.
Get back to your friend. She's called Faith. Natkunda Faith.
Okay, thank you
Are you
very
there?
much.
Faith
Yes,
Natkunda.
I am here.
Very, very good girl. Thank you for holding the line.
Thank you.
Take us back to those MRIs of Dr. Bongros here.
Sure.
Share your slide and proceed.
Okay.
Slide show.
I have shared. Are you able to see my slides?
Yeah, proceed. Tell us about yourself. How far you have gone with the PhD journeys.
All right.
And then 10 minutes of the presentation.
Okay, thank you. My name is Natkunda Faith. Power requirement of the resistive coil based low field magnetic resonance imaging system. So it's really picking from what Dr. Jones has been doing. And my focus is on the thermal management, which will involve the cooling of the system. So my supervisors are Dr. Jones, Bongoloch, Dr. Theodora Twanjere, and Professor Steve Ship from the University of Penn State. So MRI has, compared to say the X-rays and other modalities, it's been found to be more suitable, and because of its non-invasiveness, and it's also not toxic or then have a lot of side effects in terms of the long term. But what is mostly used in the market is the high field, that's HF, high field MRI, which really are costly. My colleague had mentioned that earlier. Usually each Tesla is about $1 million per machine. So if you get a machine of 3 Teslas, that would mean you're spending about $3 million in just purchase. And so my focus is really on the cooling, and high field MRI systems use cryogenics, usually helium, whose availability is low. Typical MRI would need about 1,700 liters, and this could go from anything about 13,000 US dollars and higher depending. And so our proposal is in line of using low field, that's LF MRI, because then it's easy to work with locations such as ours. It's easy to integrate them even at the lower healthcare locations, and because we're looking at local fabrication and reproducibility, then we see that there will be sustainability from using such a system. So the main challenge with these systems, I mentioned, is the type of resistive coil-based systems. So we're using wire which has resistance. And what happens is that as an electric current flows through this wire, it's going to produce heat owing to the resistance of the resistance within the wire. And some low field MRIs have been designed here and there, but the power losses can be as high as 40 kilowatts, which is really, really, really high. Those are very large amounts of heat. And And this heating will affect the quality of the images, will increase how much noise there is in the signal that is received to be able to develop an image from. But also the patient. You wouldn't want to be lying in an MRI and you're feeling hot, and yet you're supposed to be still. So also patient comfort is one of the other aspects we're looking at in terms of significance when we do successful cooling. So the main objective is to assess and optimize the power and thermal requirements for the system. And in that, we're examining non-cooling systems and what are the thermal and power requirements for the system, and then going to the design and numerical analysis for the system, and also looking at experimental analysis to be able to support both the analytical and numerical analysis for the system. So far, we've done the examining different cooling systems, and in the literature, there isn't so much in terms of the details on the science with the cooling systems. However, they are generally either conductive cooling, which has been done by Bejan, air cooling, usually coupled with conductive cooling, and then many authors have used water cooling, although some have used other liquids like polyether and silicone oils. And those who have tried to work without cooling have only been able to do that simply because the systems or the field that they are working with, so the amount of magnetic field needed is really low. So if our looking at Tesla, those that have been able to work without cooling have usually been in the range of 4 to 6 millitesla. They haven't really gone high into the teens range. So it's easy to work without cooling in such systems. But then those systems also pose a number of challenges. So basing on all of this, we are able to publish in terms of what is out there in the cooling methods. However, one of the things that came out clearly is that because in many of these publications, almost all of them except say 2, most of what was presented was the authors would talk about the system in general and just have one little paragraph where they mention cooling, and very much as a by the way. And yet it's important for us to think about the thermal management right from the start while we're designing, because in that way, we're able to optimize both the magnetic field and how much power and heat are going to be produced or required by the system. So some of the key things we're looking at is, because that would affect what system we use or how we choose a cooling system, is a coil configuration. MRI system, as shown in the diagram, the image, sorry, is using the Lee Whiting system. For this layer here is the pipe that supports the main coil that produces a main magnetic field. And then we have all these others. This other one is really a solenoid and usually pulsed only for a few minutes, but also has capacities of producing a lot of heat in the process. So the system application would couples with the weight requirements, and in that it would determine how much of the coils or wire, conducting wire we're using. How long shall the system need to be operated before we say give it time to rest?
Yes, you have 5 minutes to go.
Okay, thank you. And then the energy cost of operation. So how much energy are we putting in? How much are we losing? But then what is the cost of all of that in relation to a setting such as ours, where sometimes the cost of power is pretty high? So currently, the work that is ongoing is on the analysis. So most of what I've been working on has been So I like to do on-hand paper cultivation. So I've done a lot of that and come up with a number of cooling system options, but about 7 of them, but have chosen to work with one that I'll do the analysis on and further for this research. And so the idea is to go with radio cooling. This has not been done much, but also in the configuration I would designed it in, it has not yet been done in this way. So the analysis is what I'm working on, and that means working with cylindrical coordinates of the heat equation, which is over here. And this is in the R direction, which shows the arrow. So this would be the coil, and then in here would be the plates. This is more like a slice through. Then within the plates, we have some cooling channels through which cooling fluid will flow. Then we have the phi would be more along with the circumference, and the Z is what we would call the direction into the paper, perpendicular into, say, in this case, into the screen. And so because it's cylindrical coordinates, it's a bit difficult to complete the paper solutions with using hand and paper. So I'll employ some computing tools because there's a lot to do with the Bessel functions in there. So that is what is currently happening. It's the ongoing work where I'm assessing both how much heat is being produced in the coils and then how much is being translated into the cooling plates and then carried away by cooling fluid. So currently it's just one publication and it's on approaches in cooling of resistive coil-based low-field MRI systems for resource settings. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Faith. And Kongs on the publication.
Thank you.
And the challenges you want to share in the journal?
So the challenges, because the work I'm doing requires a number of computational tools, especially where I'm going to do some, one for the thermal modeling, numerical thermal modeling. So access to those, because most of it is, all of them are very commercial software. That is one of the big challenges in terms of accessing this, say, the licenses and being able to have license so publications can be done. Then the other is really, anyway, not, I think let's work with that one. The others I've discussed with my supervisor.
But are you on time for, at least to your plan? Are you behind or?
In my plan, I am close, just a bit behind, but I still see myself finishing within this year.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's now invite comments or questions from the online audience or for the panel here. There's a comment from Professor Batwara.
Yes.
Faith, thank you very much for presenting your work to us.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions. I see you. What is your title?
So the actual title of the PhD work is optimizing thermal and power requirements for resistive coil-based low-field MRI system. Yes, what I submitted for the abstract, I think there was a bit of a mix-up, so, and the time frame was pretty short, so I realized later, my apologies, because that is actually related to the first objective or the work published.
So I was wondering,
yes,
how this work is or the linkage between this work and the low resource setting?
Yes.
What is the linkage?
So the aspect of low field MRI, especially using, so low field MRI is an idea that is out there. And there are two main ways of doing it, either using permanent magnets or resistive coils. Now, although the resistive coils were, or call them electromagnets, were kind of the maiden technology for MRIs before we developed the high field systems, they were very quickly put to the side, really because then the high field systems, which have good, or where we can use cryogens, came up. Now, why these coil-based systems are good is that usually it's in terms of access to one, the raw material, which would be the coil or the wire to make the coil. It's cheap and accessible. And then two, the aspect on thermal management or cooling. And I mentioned at the start that high field systems require helium, which is low in resource, and its costs are really high. But with resistive coils, we do not need to use cryogens for cooling. And so that also adds a low cost aspect, which helps in low resource setting adaptation of this technology.
I know that is in your book.
Sorry?
All that you said is in your book.
Yes, all of that is in there.
Thank you, Vincent. Any other comment? Any other
just one?
advice? Yes.
You are trying to capture both power and thermal requirement. You have talked mostly about thermal requirement. What are you thinking about the power?
So the power aspect is because they are very much linked, and it depends on how much power we are putting in. Now, how much power gets into the system is dependent on the coil itself or the wire, how much wire we have wound to create the coil, which then feeds into the thermal system. So because in power, we have current times voltage. And when we're looking at the thermal aspect, it's also still P, but it's current squared times resistance. And so all of those kind of come into play, or that's where they merge. It's hard to distinguish the power and thermal. But in the actual design, say, of the magnet, because my work is looking, when optimizing for thermal, there's also the aspect of the coil design and how many turns are optimal to give us, to require low power, but then also to give us low heat dissipation. So they are kind of linked, although I didn't say so much in terms of power. Yeah.
Is that right? Your supervisor is smiling, so I think it's right. Professor Kabachenga has
encouraging.
Question. Mine is to prevent faith. Thank you. Especially I like the slides.
Thank you.
My question goes to John. All this and Emmanuel, you said there are some other people somewhere working. They are working on law. Huh?
Yes.
What is the, I thought it was maybe a production, something like that. Does it have, or it is under development?
It's under development.
Okay.
Yeah, most of this is still under development. There is nothing commercial at the moment in terms of the build that we are looking at. They are the previous low field system which we are using power and magnets. You find them in certain hospitals carrying the system they want 15,000 kilograms. And hospitals are facing them now because the magnetic field reduces over time. You have this huge magnet which in the beginning has 0.35 Tesla, over time starts reducing. So the magnet changes over time. And it's a huge system you can develop where you put it up like this. So we are trying to come up with these more portable systems that and the commercial systems, and our focus is in developing countries because we think that the developed countries already can afford the state of the art. So they might be interested in something that they might still trying to work on.
So what you've patented is, it includes all this?
Yes.
You know, the different aspects?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Flavia. Let's no, thank you, first, sorry. This time, know your other name is not Kunda. So wish you the best.
Thank you, Doctor.
Next, who is next? We have Chitu Mugaga. Do we have
Godfrey Muez?
Muez is there. Yes, Muez, proceed. How are you, Godfrey?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
You've been with us this morning. Tell us about yourself.
I'm Godfrey Muezi.
How far you've gone in education?
I'm registered at the chemistry department. I have defended my proposal. I am in the process of making some changes and submitting to the research ethics committee.
You are at the department?
I finished presenting the department. I was supposed to submit some changes to the research ethics committee.
Which is your faculty? Which is your department?
Department of Chemistry.
Okay. Proceed. 10 minutes.
So my topic is occurrence of selected pollutants in indoor air in Kampala metropolitan area. My supervisors, Dr. Ntambe Emmanuel and Dr. Renato Kenneth from Makerere, Dr. Mihayo from Dodoma, Tanzania. Indoor air pollution refers to chemical, biological, and physical contamination of indoor air. Indoor pollutants consist of many contaminants which originate from many sources. These sources may be traffic sources, combustion sources, items in the environment, and others. The contaminants include semi-volatile organic compounds, volatile organic compounds, PM, fungi, pollen, and others. Gases like carbon monoxide, ozone, and others. The semi-volatile organic compounds of interest in recent years are the novel flame retardants. The flame retardants are compounds which use their flaming. And for many years, they were using the polybrominated diphenyl esters, but they were found to be persistent and having other health effects. And so most of the commonly used ones were the octa and deca, as well as penta-PBDs, which were banned by the Stockholm Convention in 2009. And so the novel flame retardants came in as replacements. But yet they have also been found to be having the same effects of the traditional flame retardants they're trying to replace. Also of interest are combustion-derived pollutants, like the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and particulate matter, especially PM2.5. These pollutants are known to have environmental and health effects. For example, the PM2.5 is known to cause asthma, pneumonia, and other respiratory disorders. The flame retardants and PHs, most of them are suspected carcinogens, mutagens, etc. Currently, there are limited studies on novel flame retardants in indoor environments on the African continent. Actually, the only studies I've read on novel flame retardants are on sediments in South Africa. Most other studies have been on the traditional flame retardants, of which very few are still in indoor environments. Actually, only about 3 are reported in South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt. There is no known study which has been done on polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PM2.5. Most of the studies on pHs in Uganda on around Lake Victoria on sediments. There are some studies that have been reported in fish, pork, but none is reported in indoor air. For the PM2.5, there are many studies on quantification, but very few studies on characterization and source apportionment. This study will therefore investigate the occurrence of and evaluate the exposure risk of the indoor air pollutants and apportion them according to their sources. This is caused by pollution. In fact, the Lancet Commission 2015 reported that about 9 million people died from pollution-related causes. And these were 3 times those that died from AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Unfortunately, 92% of all pollution-related diseases occur in developing countries. Yet we humans spend about 90% of our time indoors, in our offices, in our cars, in our homes. Therefore, indoor air pollution contributes significantly to our total exposure. There is very limited data on pollutant levels, sources, and exposure risks of indoor pollutants in Uganda. General objective to investigate the occurrence of pollutants in indoor air and to estimate this associated indoor human exposure risk for the Kampala metropolitan area. The specific objectives are 1, to quantify, characterize, and apportion PM2.5 sources. Second objective is to quantify, apportion, and estimate the exposure risk of and estimated exposure risk of novel flame retardants in cooking and living spaces in indoor air homes of selected period. Sampling, 8 households are going to be selected purposively because they must fit certain criteria. 60 will be in peri-urban Kampala and some in rural, which they want to take control. Expect them to be charcoal users and the rest firewood users. I want to do some outdoor sampling around the sampling sites to be able to know what is happening in the environment around the study households. All study households, measurements will be done in both the kitchen and living room. I also want to use a questionnaire, get some kind of information about the homes, what kind of items they have in the kitchen, in their household. What kind of ventilation, what kind of firewood, the age groups of individuals, etc. Objective 1 on methods, quantification is I'm going to use both real-time and gravimetric methods. I have to collect filters, PM2.5 filters for characterization. And so the first instrument to use real-time, the second one is gravimetric. And then I have to weigh them on a microbalance. 0.1 microgram resolution. Further characterization of PM2.5 is going to be done for elemental composition, and this is going to be done using energy dispersive X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy. This will tell us what kind of elements are present in the PM2.5, which is indicative of the kind of sources of this PM. There will be some selected elements, about 20 of them, which of course, if you find, for example, there's a lot of aluminum or iron or silicon, to be indicative of crystal sources, maybe nickel and lead, traffic sources, etc. Other characterization of PM2.5 is also going to be done for black carbon. This we shall use an optical thermometer, which measures, it gives an amount of carbon, black carbon present by the degree of attenuation of light when it is passed through a sample filter. For 2 and 3 objectives for polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and flame retardants, I'm going to use passive samplers. But these passive samplers will be calibrated first using active samplers, which will be collocated for about 21 days. Collocated means that they will be put in the same place and do measurements, so that you're able to find the flow rate. Samplers will be equipped with the polyurethane foam, that's the puff, and the quasi filters. The puff helps to capture the pollutants which are more in the gas phase, while the filters will capture those which are more in the solid phase. These pollutants, especially pHs, those which have got fewer rings, mostly occur in the gas phase, and those with higher rings, especially 3 and above, occur in the solid phase. For polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, we are going to focus on the 16 related pHs according to the US EPA. For the flame retardants, there are 2 categories: the organophosphate flame retardants and the novel brominated flame retardants. These have been selected based on their toxicity and occurrence, based on literature. So this is the passive sampler we are going to use. It can be able to accommodate a puff and a filter. Yes?
We have 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Okay, those are the analysis. We shall spike the sample standards, extract it using accelerated solvent extraction, get different fractions for the flame retardants and for the pHs. Then extract with different solvents, concentrate using nitrogen gas, and analyze using gas chromatography, mass spectrometry. For novel brominated flame retardants, shall use negative chemical ionization mode, whereas for pHs and PFRs, we use the electron ionization mode. Also, shall use a temperature program and helium gas as the carrier gas. Then we estimated exposure risk using the incremental lifetime cancer risk, which is a measure of the probability of a person getting cancer as a result of exposure. According to that equation, then we also do the benzoyl equivalent calculation. Wherever the pH is estimated to be of a certain toxicity in relation to benzoyl, which is the most toxic pH known. And so when you know the concentration of pHs, you multiply it by the toxic equivalent factor as given by Nisbet and Ragoy, you're able to get the benzoyl equivalent. So also do the daily exposure dose when you get the concentration and you know the exposure duration and inhalation rate, as well as the bath weight, which are default values. We'll be able to get the exposure dose for flame. Normality tests and principal component analysis to be able to know the sources and distribution of these pollutants. My work plan is already defined the proposal. I'm trying to source equipment and also do household selection. Yes, and yeah, thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you so much, Godfrey. You may, in a sentence or two, tell us in the layman's language what you propose to study in Kampala.
I am proposing to study some select pollutants that occur in indoor air, but they occur elsewhere, but they have not been focused on indoor air. And yet we spend a lot of time indoors. And so there are about 3 pollutants: the PM2.5, the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and the flame retardants. And I want to know the sources, because the sources are not only indoor, but also can come from outside environment.
We don't know where they come from?
Yes?
Is it not known where they come from? From previous work?
Not in Kampala. Okay, the sources are known, but we in Kampala, we have not done what we call source apportionment. We could think that they come all from combustion, but the study could find that actually we are having them from traffic sources or volcanic sources or whatever is happening outside the environment. So we need to know of the sources we know what is contributing and by how much, so that we are able to put in better measures to control them.
It's something unknown. It's Because we want, for a PhD, we want something that's going to bring out some unknown, the PhD-ness of your work.
Yes. It is not known. Like I've said, there has not been any study that has done source apportionment. So most studies have concentrated on quantification, like how much is it that's there, especially for PA. But where is it coming from?
About your objectives, talk of quantify. Can you put your objectives? You want to quantify.
Yeah, quantify is the first thing, but there's also characterization and apportionment.
Let's hear from the other panelists. Priscilla, Dr. H. Priscilla is one of us.
Thank you, Professor. I'm only wondering, when you say there are no other works that have been done in Kampala, I'm sure that there's work that Mr. Onyango Silva has been doing with actually PM 2.5, and Kampala was one of the areas. Would you probably have come across literature in that line?
Mr. Onyango Silva did work on the outdoor environment. And I've had interaction with him before, and I know the kind of work he was doing, because he was putting samples, I think, in towns in Bara and Kampala. Outside environment.
What different thing do you expect to obtain when you have an indoor environment and then the outdoor?
When I have what?
The two environments, indoor and outdoor, do you expect to get something different? Because you said some of the sources are, for instance, charcoal stoves, firewood burning. I think that does not take place like in someone's office.
Why don't you justify the choice of this work? Because air, whether outside or indoors, is the same.
No, it may not be the same. The amount of pollutants present in the indoor environment and outdoor environment may not be the same, and there may be different sources.
Unless we're talking of theater.
Talking of what?
Theater in hospital.
No, but for example, it could be that, okay, the sources could be the same, but the fraction, the contributions are not the same. For example, in the outside environment, you may not expect a lot of contribution from biomass combustion, for example. Whereas indoor, it may be the same. There could be a lot of contribution from traffic sources, from fuel burning. But like I mentioned,
Dr. Bruce Jones has a question.
Yeah, my question is kind of similar. If Onyango did, and you said the sources are known and they're all the same sources, so that means if he did it outside, the same sources will be the ones who find contributing to the pollution inside. The other thing also is related to your specific objective. The professor was saying you're quantifying. In part of your research, are there any interventions that you are proposing to make? For instance, if you find that the people of Kampala are dying, what are you going to do for them?
Thank you so much for the question. Maybe I started with Mr. Onyango's work was on outdoor air. And so the pollutants in the outdoor environment may be different in terms of contributors from the different sources than the indoor air. Secondly, what am I going to do? Of course, in this study, we are going to be dealing with specific numbers, but also sources. Probably would advise the policymakers or government put interventions that would help to mitigate the sources identified are the major ones.
Did you read Onyango's work?
Yes.
Can you share with us his recommendations?
I've not read Onyango's work, but I interacted with him when he was doing data collection. Yeah.
You did quote his work?
Did I do what?
Did you quote his work?
Not yet. Because his focus was on outdoor air and I was looking at indoor air majorly.
There's a follow-up question from Priscilla.
Maybe just an inquiry. What could be the probable sources for the pollutants for indoor air?
What could be?
The probable sources. Because you said, for instance, Onyango was looking at combustion, traffic.
No, I said for Mr. Onyango, is looking at the outdoor air. Probably it would, I'm thinking that maybe sources from traffic, from fuel combustion.
Yeah, and what are the sources for indoor air? Is that a
for indoor air, we probably expect that there is a lot of from combustion of biomass. Though the outside air contributes also something to indoor, but I'm thinking that biomass combustion contributes more indoors than outdoors. But to what extent, we have not known.
But you're a senior researcher at PhD level. You see, some of us are from different backgrounds, but we are struggling to get convinced. A choice of your topic. Let's hear from Dr. Kavumasa.
Yes, I want to build on to what my colleagues have been saying. First is not true. I have a student who was supervised and his work was about PM2, PM2.5. So I don't have,
yes.
I have a student I supervised at the master's level.
Yes.
Just graduated recently, and her work was pollutants, and she concentrated with PM2.5. So I don't guess, in fact, in Kampala, I don't agree with you. So you say that there is no literature. Maybe I will share with you.
What did she focus on? Did she look at source apportionment?
I will share with you. You get in touch with me. The reason why we are here is to help you. I will share with you the dissertation. Then you read through. Then that you can build on your problem. I've noted a number of things. Now, in your title, you talk of pollutants. I think that is too abstract. We're not going to talk about all pollutants in here. So I expected you to be specific. What pollutant are you looking out for? So I get interest when you are showing us where you try to zero down to PM2.5, you listed different components or elements which constitute to PM2.5. How I wish that, I don't know, how I wish that be specific which pollutant are you talking about, because you can't exhaust. There are so many other methods that are seen. So we need to get to be specific. I also picked interest to how you talked of 80 houses, and then you're going to have 60 in Kampala, then you're going to have 20 in Kachiri. For information, I'm going from Kachiri. So I just want to know, why Kampala? Why Kachiri? In your presentation, you didn't even tell us that maybe according to this study, we found out that maybe 98% of pollutants, or there's too much concentration of pollution, maybe in Kampala or in Kachiri. You said that Kampala is an urban center, and to agree with you, there's a lot of traffic, everything. You say your area, I don't agree with you. You need to be specific, because as far as I know from research I went there, the place is being turned into urban center. So you need to give us reason why of all those areas you think Kachiri is the best to be revisited. Nevertheless, even if it is, we are considering to be rural area, we do agree with me that most pollution is more based in these urban settings, where we have so many factories, so even where the population is too high and so on. So you need to give us clear explanation in that. Then I also wondered, we talked of kitchen and sitting room, and I started to imagine, but now you're talking of indoor air. Me as Simon, I started to imagine really which gadgets or which devices in my living room can really cause that too much content. I just need to know it. Maybe, when you are doing research, you don't assume, first do your preliminary studies, that you come with concrete evidence. Okay? So please, I also need to get more clarification on that. Now, what are the major sources of pollutants? That one I've already mentioned it as you try to zero down to PM2.5. And now I want to tell you from what I've presented, there are already existing databases. I don't know if you are aware, where you can get some information about possible pollutants, like resident of mine, who are our students. We had already a database from American Embassy where they keep collecting different levels of different pollutants. Okay, so you may think that you are the one doing research, but people have done research, so you need to get your points clear. And you try to gather information what others have done in relation to what you want to do. As I'm winding up, this one to emphasize more. How are you going to correct the data for your case study? How I wish that you, when you are presenting, you try to explain it, okay, such that people can really, or didn't say much about how you are going to collect. Otherwise, we are not saying it's a good topic, but we just need to have more evidence, more motivating factors beyond reasonable doubt. At the end of the day, we really get out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Simon.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have had the comments. They are all in good faith, because if you had the keynote speakers this morning, they said that we should not hide our work. Let's expose ourselves. Imagine Dr. Simon has a lot of data about your topic, so get in touch with him. He will be part of a doctoral committee. But ensure that what we're going to study is the selling part, which is still a gap. Thank you so much. We shall proceed to the next presenter.
Not allowed to respond.
I told you to have a date with Simon.
Thank you, sir.
Because these are still early days. If you don't mind, we shall even meet next year in their symposium. So take it easy, still early days. But make sure that the research question is a hot one, it is relevant. You have all the databases, you have all the unanswered questions from previous work. If you haven't read, the one who mentioned last was Masters Chemistry. And the one talk about was he or Yango, all those, at least you have read those before we give you more time to interact here. Get all the background information, write so many questions, pick questions to answer, and write your proposal in an updated way. Thank you so much, Godfrey. Who is there?
Thank you.
We have Chief Mugaga, Walter Ojok.
Yes, I'm present, Prof.
And Alfred Wilfred Albaku. So let's start with Ojok. Are you there, Walter?
Yes, Prof, I'm there.
Yeah, share with us your slides and introduce yourself, background, how far you are, and then proceed in the next 10 minutes. Are you not ready? Shall we proceed to Wilfred? Check it, is muted. He's muted, but he's not shared today.
Jock, are you there?
Unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm there, Prof.
Yeah, you start.
Share the screen. You know, share the screen. Share the slides. Yo.
Jock, we need to hear you, so we know you are trying. When you keep quiet, we think you are.
Yes, I'm there. I'm trying to share.
Yeah. What is the problem?
Yes.
That you put the cursor in the presentation, the slide, and click F5. Is it F5?
You see share button.
Yes, I've clicked on it, but I see very many other things. But what I want
you
to
open your slides.
Yes, I've opened.
So you share screen. When you share screen, you see so many screens which are open. Choose that of your slides. Yes. Okay, now open it. Sorry, first open it. Okay, can
open it. Yes.
Open it. Double click on it.
It is open. It is open.
But if it was open, you see.
And we see two PhDs, SYMPOSIUM, PhDs, university. Yes, it is.
I'll click on one.
Oh, now they have become.
Joko, you go back to the click on the back buttons. This is Joe.
Yes, please.
Okay, you close that. Close that window.
But remain on share.
Okay, I've closed.
You closed. You closed. Okay,
yes, I've
Joe,
closed.
you go to view options up. See the option up.
Select a window.
The option, I want you to stop sharing, then you double click the slides, then you share again. Go to the option. You see where there is a green sticker which says you are viewing what on your screen.
No, I don't see. I just see share. Yes. You are.
Yes, now go to the option. Or check. You see stop sharing, you see it?
Yes.
Then stop sharing.
I've done
okay, now go to the slides, double click on the slides. Have you double clicked on the slides?
Yes.
The ones you want to present to us, then you share. Now click on share screen. Yes?
Yes, I've done that.
You can't see it. Okay. It's coming. Perfect. Now you click inside the slides and press F5.
Is it there now?
Click inside the slides and press F5. Press F5.
Yes, F5.
Yes. See it?
No.
F5.
F5 mutes my
Okay. When you go to the, you know where the taskbar is?
Yes.
Yes. The slideshow. Just go to the slideshow. Slideshow. Move. Move again. The next. No. Up. Down. No. Down. Next. That one.
Oh, no,
that one.
You start straight.
Am I now there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, and sorry for the mishap. Yes, my name is Walter Ojok. That is my registration number, and that is the team guiding me. The highlights.
Yes. Word to Joe.
Listen.
Go ahead. Joe, can you hear us?
Let's be
Joe. Joe.
Maybe now this is internet.
It's from department.
Chemistry.
Yeah, it's not.
Because we have to be that serious things.
Why don't you go to back? We wanted to talk so much.
Arbaku Wilfred. Dr. Arbaku.
Yes. Hello. Yeah. Ready.
Now will you share your screen and talk about yourself?
I can.
Then present your work, your proposal in the next 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Wilfred Arbaku sitting here at HCU. On many campuses, internet decided to disappear. And so those are the circumstances, but nonetheless, I'm happy here. At HCU. This presentation I'm making is, hello.
Yes. Feel free, go ahead, talk about yourself.
Yes.
So, and how far you are in the PhD journey.
Yes. So I have been working for a few months trying to build an idea for a PhD. And the broad field really is in child health and specifically in line with issues related to oral health. And therefore, this work I'm presenting is purely at the basics. It's really building the idea, and my main interest is to receive feedback so that I can move forward. So this is a working title, the comparative study of determinants and characteristics of exposed and non-exposed infants to infant oral mutilation in southwestern Uganda. So I'm not registered, and all those other conditions of PhD I don't have. The only thing I have is an advisor who I think will also possibly be one of my PhD supervisors. That is Dr. Viola for now. And I'm still looking for a backup supervisor who is well-versed with this kind of work, particularly from public health. So that is still a task which I haven't completed. So background.
Feel free.
Yes. So if somebody may ask, what is infant oral mutilation? Infant oral mutilation really comes in many sets. The names are many. The commonest is called albino. I think that's what most people know. And this basically is a traditional healing practice where healthy primary tooth germ of neonates and infants is enucleated or removed, okay, in simple words, removed without anesthetics, and is done by traditional healers or elders using unsterilized instruments. And the underlying purpose, which they claim, is that it is curative to alleviate feeding-associated symptoms, and these symptoms are many. And they include things like diarrhea, vomiting, fever, and so on and so on. And it is also common across many African communities. This map just shows for you, there are two such practices, but the one with the triangles, albino or therapeutic infant oral mutilation, IOM, the triangles which are green, it can show for you the scope, the geographic distribution. It's really covers much of sub-Saharan Africa. But then again, you can see there's that belt from Western to Horn of Africa, and then going down to Southern Africa. So that's how widespread this practice is. And Uganda happens to be in the epicenter. And so I just wanted to answer the question, why infant oral mutilation is a problem? Because people will say, is there a problem? So yes, I believe there is a problem. First of all, we have previously demonstrated that the procedure really damages normal tooth development tissue, what they call tooth buds or tooth germs. That is what really happens. So it is not really a pathology. Though there may be associated issues, but what is done is not to treat any pathology per se. So therefore, it has no known medical benefits, yet results which come out of this practice are significant morbidity and mortality. And there's just this paper which I got yesterday. It is 2021. I thought it really summarizes the case. A fatal case of infant oral mutilation practice. Now, if this is not a problem now, I don't know what it can be. So why then is this study justifiable? This study, I believe, is justifiable because some senior policy people within the oral health department recently, I think it was 2018, they sat in Addis Ababa and also in Nairobi to discuss this problem at hand. because the call has been that this practice needs to be stopped, just like the female genital mutilation, which causes a lot of harm with no benefits, or with no non-benefits. Okay, for us, we can say no non-benefits. And yet, there is a paucity of comprehensive evidence which could direct maybe planning for concrete interventions at community level, institutional level, and at policy level. So this really justifies this study. Then what is our purpose? What do we really want to achieve? We think that we are going to organize an observational study, get infants who are exposed and those who are not exposed, and observe them for a short period of time while they are in the hospital until discharge or until death, and then capture information, the social, the economic, on one side, and then on the other side, the clinical parameters, which are involved with those infants and neonates. And then we shall be able to compare those two groups to see who, first of all, has what, and also in terms of outcome, because we are interested in knowing prospectively, because basically there has so far been no non-prospective study to investigate this problem. And so this will be able to help us in a prospective manner explore this question. And in a related manner, the other thing which we are interested in is to at the drivers, at the community level. What are these issues at the community level which sustain this practice? And we shall look this through the lens of the mothers. And we finally will also be able to identify a few policy documents and review them to see what are the policy issues that might be contributing to this. Yes. So the objectives, most of them are related, but we also think they could be distinct. One, we will compare the determinants of infant oral mutilation among neonates and infants who are exposed and unexposed. And then we shall also compare the demographic, socio-economic, cultural, clinical, and pathological characteristics among the two groups. We shall also compare the short-term outcomes among the two groups. Then we shall determine the conditions that drive the practice at a community level. We shall explore existing policy frameworks for child protection, children's health, and treatment guidelines. Finally, when we have all that information, particularly information from objective 1 to 3, then we are going to attempt to generate a prediction model, which possibly we have interest now, one, to see if we can generate a model that can predict which child is likely to be at risk of exposure, and then also if it is feasible, I guess this team can advise to do another model to see which child is likely to expire on the ward. Is it the exposed or the non-exposed? Okay, so that will also be what will help us. But the most important model which we're interested in is the diagnostic one, because that can help prevent because then you can say this baby is at a risk. So let's protect this baby. So methods, how do we hope to achieve? Objectives 1, 2, and 3, to establish the determinants and the short-term outcomes. This is going to be done through a prospective cohort study of babies who will present on pediatric wards. For now, because I only know 2 pediatric wards, basically this one for MRIH and the one for the Holy Innocents Children's Hospital. Yes, 2 minutes only. Okay, I'm about to finish. Then objective 4, to answer the complex question related to the practice, here we propose to use interpretative phenomenology to study mothers to the infants. Objective 5, that will be a review. Objective 6 will be statistical modeling. Then the results, we really hope that we shall be able to establish the determinants of what the condition is, and the results. Okay, so results that we shall comprehensively identify the determinants, and we shall show that the characteristic of exposed neonates and infants are different from the unexposed. And we shall also show that exposed neonates are likely to suffer severe outcomes. And then we shall show the community level drivers for the practice, and then we shall be able to come up with a diagnostic model, and also identified issues or gaps related to the policy. In conclusion, we believe that key gaps exist in research related to infant oral mutilation that could inform preventive and treatment mechanisms for neonates and infants. Therefore, the urgent need for this study. Those are some, just a few select references. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Baku, thank you so much for the ideas. As we said, still early days.
Yes.
But I think the topic is relevant, is significant to the public health implications. What you have to do is to fine-tune it to the level of PhD at the current research needs. If you go to your title, the title talks of comparative study.
Yes.
Then you talk of determinants and characteristics. I think epidemiologists will want to know what you mean by determinants and then characteristics. What do you think about?
Determinants.
Are they the same?
No, they are not. Determinants cannot be characteristics. The determinants, here maybe I could be talking about the risk factors which are related, which contribute. Then the characteristic is, I'm looking at the characteristic of the neonates themselves. So I was looking at
give examples
of the characteristics
of both.
Of both. Okay. So in terms of determinants, I was looking at the social, the cultural, and those things. Yes, not only demographic, yeah, but those issues, yes, those social structural issues. Then the characteristics, I was looking more on their biologics, you know. Do they have an infection? Do they have so on and so on? Yeah.
Yeah, very good. We go into the biology of the children.
Yes.
Because at this stage, I thought you go a bit or notch higher, because I think we know the organisms involved. But if you go into some genetics or some genomics research, that's for you to consider. Why is so and so more affected after mutilation and not the other? And maybe what about the organisms themselves infect them? Why do they respond to treatment? Things like that. But we are still at the stage of open ideas. Now, when we come to your population, you talk of exposed and non-exposed. So I imagine you want to look at a cohort of people who have a history of El Nino, then you get a control population on the ward for comparison, and you follow the map, isn't it?
We don't go and look for them in the community. We shall get them all on the ward. These babies get exposed, and sometimes they are brought to the ward.
Yes, they are on the ward. One child is having diarrhea on the ward after a video mutilation. After, they call them extraction. After a video extraction.
Yes.
Another child is having diarrhea, but with no history of extraction.
Yes.
Otherwise, they are similar.
Yes.
You match them for age, for whatever, and follow them.
Things like
Talk
that.
of a short time of follow-up. How long is that?
The short term will be until discharge or until the baby dies.
Until death.
Yes. Or until discharge.
Because you have to join the population and see eligibility criteria. Some of these mothers of today, parents of today, will not let their children die, or will not fail to give them treatment after a visit to a dental, an El Nino extractor. Don't you think they have got some treatment which confounds the whole aim of your outcome?
Well, I think that kind of information, as long as they come to the ward, that information can be captured to know what else has so far been done before they came to the what? To the ward.
So the risk of the exposure in this case is the mutilation.
Mutilation, exactly.
Because one has to be careful to see what is new, what we want to get in this research that is not known. That's one of my issues. Let the others comment, then I may have an opportunity to say something else. There's a quick one from Jones of Ongoroshi.
Yes.
This practice is also fairly common in my area, but sometimes they remove those things they call teeth from around the breast here. Are those also considered? Will they fall in your oral or whatever?
Well, sometimes it is done both. Sometimes they treat them both with the oral mutilation and that chest mutilation. Sometimes. As long as they have oral mutilation, yes.
But if it's only chest mutilation, then you won't consider that.
Because the treatment using the chest mutilation, they many times have that they suspect pneumonia, and yet for the oral mutilation tends to cut more broadly. It could include pneumonia, diarrhea, everything.
In fact, for this, is called Ohuro. So this is known as Ohuro, which is the fat that they see after scraping off skin, they think it's meat. What they call it teeth. Teeth on the chest. That's why. Any other comment from the panel? Yes, Simon. Dr. Simon Kauma has a question.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Baku.
Yes.
Thanks for the presentation. It is in the initial phases. But what is your key output from this research? You somewhere in the middle you talked of farming up in a prediction model.
Yes.
Is that key to your research? Is that a key output to your research?
Yes, that is that would be one of them. I think there would be a number of them. Number one, we shall now be able to characterize very well these babies to know for intervention purposes that if a baby is like A, B, C, D, then there is need for caution. Otherwise, they are at risk. So that will be done. Then number
come again.
That we shall be able to characterize the babies very well to know that if they have the following parameters, then they are at risk. Yeah, so that is one. Yes.
You see, Dr. Baku, this is a friendly fire, but the risk factor is known. It is the mutilation, or mutilation, which is determined by the parents who take the child to the extractor or to the doctor, to the dentist.
That is not the risk factor. The mutilation itself is not the risk factor. It is there should be other risk factors which lead to the mutilation. So the mutilation is just an intermediary step. So there are reasons why they are mutilated. So those reasons should be the risk factor. Not the mutilation itself. Yes. Yes.
The reason why I asked, I wanted to know if it's
okay. I was still going to add one other important issue is we are wondering why the practice persists. Okay, nobody has given a clear answer to that. So if we can find an answer to that, then we can be able to create an intervention. Because how can you create an intervention if you don't know the reason why something exists? So that can be a major output.
So the reason why I asked if it is a key output,
yeah.
First, what are you going to do predicting? You need to bring
I didn't hear.
Secondly, have you tried to find out from what others have done in relation to what you want to predict, that you have good motivating factors to back up your problem?
Okay, but the first question I didn't hear very well.
So what will you be predicting?
What we will be predicting is predicting where our prediction, the interest is which child is at risk of infant oral mutilation. So so that is what we are looking for.
Yeah, Dr. Baku, do you think your design is possible to determine that? Answer that question?
Yeah, possibly, if we can. I don't know, I cannot answer that now, but I believe if we can collect the data well.
You see, you're dealing with a hospital-based population.
Yes.
People have been affected already.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
How are you able to determine effects in the community? That someone is likely to be taken for a video.
So maybe that will be a weakness. That may be a weakness of the study, But I believe if we can capture quality data from the caretakers and also from the clinical information, possibly we could be able to model. We don't know how it will look like, but that's why it is a study, I guess.
We have comments from
Dr. Mbapu. I think prediction might be hard for this reason. Was if we have to do prediction, sometimes we always use already existing data, maybe to study the trends and so on, and then we come up with a model and say, okay, this year we'll be doing this and this. Now, because what I've understood from your work, what you really want to do, already by the time I go to the world, already I have report. I have the condition, so I can easily get to know that so as it. That would be my take.
Can you repeat the statement?
Yes, I was saying that if we had come up with a predictional model, it implies that we already have existing, most of the times, we have existing data. Maybe we want to study the trends, and maybe we come up with the guiding policies that, okay, maybe we've gotten this number of naturals with this on the what, with this say so-called video, like how others are saying, so that maybe after like 5 years or 3 years, what will be the case? So we are looking at the trends. There we know that there will be inputs we are getting from the world, okay, for a certain period of time. So there was already existing information which we are going to use when we predict. But now, when I go to the world, the way you explained it, I already know the conditions. So I don't think that you may need a model to do the prediction.
Okay. One challenge, maybe one challenge which maybe I need to say is that I don't think there are really any studies which are doing trends of albino. So now, that said, how are we supposed to address the challenge? And yet the work needs to be done.
Now, Dr. Baku, the questions are many, but the way you address them, of course, depends on the study design. In this case, you have exposure.
Yes.
And you have a cohort you are going to follow up to see outcomes.
Yes.
So you should be thinking of the primary and secondary outcomes, or primary endpoint and secondary endpoint. See the variables you want to manipulate and do your search in the cohort. For the strength of the outcomes, use that control for the unexposed group. But that may not be strong enough for your case of PhD.
Yes.
So that's why we are thinking of some third or fourth objective that will bring up something new. And you want to predict two predictions. One model is
for the outcome.
That's not for.
Huh?
Another one is for what?
Another one, diagnostic.
Diagnostic.
Yes. Just because we can, my understanding is that we would capture information from the caretakers on events which surround, the pre-albino time frame, to know what were those key factors could have led to the baby being exposed.
You see, the caretakers will not answer that question. For them, there is belief in the community that babies get a renal. And for you, you know it's not true. The teeth are erupting and they get diarrhea and those symptoms. So there's that disconnect. There's the disagreement.
Yes.
Now you want to handle the case either clinically or in terms of public health. But unfortunately, you have a master's in public health, isn't it?
Huh?
Did you do master's in public health?
No.
Your PhD is in the master's is in the dentistry.
Yeah, MSc, yes. Yeah, experimental.
Then I'm afraid you have to stay with this one of the clinical events in the hospital. You can see.
So, Dr. Bernard, you are suggesting that I concentrate on the clinical issues, or because
the way you have designed it is such that people already have had it.
Yes.
They had diarrhea and people are breastfeeding, so they think they have a renal.
Yes.
They go for extraction, but then the children worsen.
Yes,
and
they do.
You talk of two pediatric hospitals, which are those?
I was looking at the ward here and the Holy Innocents Children's Hospital.
Holy Innocents is one hospital which is pediatric.
Yes, it is.
The mother referral is not pediatric.
But
anyway,
it has a pediatric
as long
ward.
as they are there admitted, then you have your exposure already. You want to see the outcome.
Yes.
And we say that that's not enough for PhD.
Yes.
But if you can modify some additional objectives from there, either drug resistance or genetic genomic workup on the children or the organisms, then I would support that. But for going back now to the community level to look for predictors, when the children have already been affected, I think that's the concern which Simon raised, which I also raised. Can we have from the other seniors and assist? Because these are early days for our
Maybe if he needs really to go to the community, then he needs to track these children for quite a period of time. So you go and get those that have been mutilated before, then you track back what were the conditions for this, and then maybe you can find that children who are born on the Thursday or the Wednesday,
Dr. Mokorochi puts it better. There's that approach where you have an option of risk presence. Because you have a case now to argue that despite all this information coming from doctors and the public health educators, people still go for any new instruction. Now you could use that and enter the community, do your qualitative part of the research, in addition to your quantitative one, which is in hospital. You get that? I think that's the best thing we can have since we started talking. Mixed methods.
Yes. That's okay. That's acceptable.
So choose a supervisor. You see, don't have a supervisor. Look for supervisors, people in pediatrics, people in public health, and you write up your concept properly, especially the aims and the methodology.
Okay. That's good.
But we really give you support. We appreciate the topic.
Okay, that's good. So now I have work on my hand.
Yes. And the analysis, you may also want to improve the analysis, data analysis, because at this level, maybe look at the regression analysis, use logistical regression for those factors, the predictors, or could even use survival analysis, time of event analysis. For example, children have been admitted, you can put an event like a recovery, then you do your hazard ratios and all that in survey analysis.
Yeah. That's
good. Comments from the members or from the online audience? So you can get going, but get supervisors, get advisors. It's a question of time. You'll see it through.
Okay, good.
Yeah. We can't give them another chance. Give them so much time. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's stop there and hear a word from our our convener, and it's been a pleasure having you attend us this morning. We hope what we shared is going to be of benefit to you. We encourage you to do research and always attend the PhD symposium, which is held every year in Tuesday. Dr. Kakwa, Dr. Gava, you may say something for the close.
Well, I have nothing much, but I want to thank members for accepting. Most of the members who are seated here, I think I consulted each one of you to be part of this. And the presenters or the PhD students, this is an opportunity. The reason we came up with this symposium, in 2016, I had just completed my PhD. And I thought, together with Professor Kamukam, that this would energize PhD students instead of living alone elsewhere. We would share and get ideas from experts, well, our seniors, and surely it has yielded many graduates, and we hope and we still believe that it's going to yield many. One thing I realized, some of the presenters, we are reading directly from the slides. This is your work. It should start getting part of you. Most of you have presented for quite some time. And therefore, most of the things should be part of you. You don't need to read word per word. Because when you come for the defense, it makes no sense to read for us, yet we can read for ourselves. We need to see that you are able to articulate and also show us that you own the work and you can digest it in and out. Otherwise, I thank you very much, members, for turning up, panelists. Thank you for your great advice. And the participants, thank you for presenting. University management, thank you for supporting us. And BioTrack, thank you for hosting us in this wonderful place. Succeed with us. Members, it's again great honor to have come up to this day at this time. And as the directorate, we thank you very much for students submitting and the colleagues also being here, participating in various ways. These are the main observations. This is the first virtual PhD symposium, and I believe it has been a success to all of us. Where it has not gone well, it's a lesson, and we pledge that we shall do better next time. Generally, 2 students have missed, but of course with the reasons out of all those that submitted. I think this has been a success for the symposium. Again, the other observation is that, as I told you in the morning, we have the online proposal and dissertation defense guidelines that were passed by council as the alternative to face-to-face defense, which traditionally been happening all through. Now, in the guidelines, we deliberately put article that requires the student to consent, actually sign a consent document, and that article states that, I quote, the student shall consent that he or she is informed and willing to participate in the virtual examination process, and that she or he has waived any right to appeal against the outcome of the examination process on the basis of the use of the community medium itself. Therefore, when the examination process is going on and the student, the other side, fails because of the internet, then he cannot appeal. That's what it means. We have seen other students saying, oh, my computer blacked out. Such things cannot, we shall not be heard after signing consent document. We shall proceed and make the judgment at the end of the presentation or the defense. That said, I want to thank you members once again, and I wish you a safe journey home. Tomorrow again we are here from 7:30 a.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our director. I expected you to officially close the conference, but the call was interested in you. But you needed me to say something. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the prior sessions and thank you for keeping time. We're delighted that everything has gone as expected. Tomorrow we shall be here for the annual research dissemination conference. And Professor Gama and your team, I thank you for choosing the right guest of honor who is here tonight. There's no waiting for him tomorrow. Dr. Frederick, you're welcome. Peanut Mara, the land of milk and honey. And we shall be so delighted to see you more tomorrow. You'll meet the other top management, but right here with us, I kindly request that the members present introduce themselves so that we meet and greet our guest of honor tomorrow, starting with Professor Natunda.
That's good about that.
And he's the chairperson of the teaching staff of Mara University. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm John Sokumura.
And he's our landlord. We are his faculty. Yes.
Congratulations. My name is Wilson Agricom. I'm the acting university bureau.
Barbara Vincent, my name, and I'm an old boy of the School of Economics.
Nice to meet you again.
Yes, my name is Amu Adam. You are manager from the president of the school. And I think I've been planning the female graduation. Regarding this conference.
So honored to really have to be here. Thanks for
Jerome Kauchinga. We have interacted for many years.
Made a student of school. and teaching the faculty of experience studies. And I'm also the deputy director for Center for Innovations. Nice to meet you.
That Priscilla is one of the PhD Bagoles that we have in the room right now. She's recently a doctor. Right over there, the rapporteur. Yes, and with us online, we have our own alumnus. Please introduce yourself. This is Makerere, you might take you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm called Sankara Verhanga, EIT at Mast.
And what are you doing here?
Well, I partner with a colleague of mine who also finished from Mast. So we run a tech hub in Barara, and that tech hub is the one translating online TV. And that's why we have streaming event live.
That and more, Dr. Frederick, you're here tomorrow. I invite our director to officially close and rise for the national anthem.
So members, I purposely did not close the time when I was briefly there because we wanted to introduce ourselves to our group who has just arrived. And without saying more, I declare this workshop or conference symposium officially closed. Thank you very much.
Let's rise for the national anthem. Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. United, free for liberty, together we all raise on. I kindly request the person who did the prayer in the morning to close with a prayer.
Let's pray. Lord, Heavenly Father, we bless your name. We thank you. We know that in you we live, move, and have our being. At this time, we thank you for the power that we've moved with this symposium, and pray for journey mercies and for the grace upon tomorrow's function of having our annual research dissemination conference. Thank you, Lord, and you will give glory to Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Angela.